I just can't hear myself talking. Good morning, everyone. Today is April 9th, and it is 2024, and the time is 9:03, and I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. To begin with, I'm going to ask that our Associate Pastor Chris Cohen from the Cornerstone Baptist Church join us for invocation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Let's pray. Then, Father, Lord, thank you for this morning, and Lord, thank you for this body that meets together to discuss direction and decisions for the county. Lord, I pray that you bless the meeting this morning, that your hand would be on it, that, Lord, you'd give wisdom and clarity, Lord, to these people, Lord, as they discuss the decisions and the direction for our county. Lord, I pray that you just use it in a mighty way. Lord, I pray that you'd give wisdom where wisdom is needed, clarity and strength. Lord, strengthen their heart as they discuss issues that might be difficult or hard to navigate. Lord, I pray that you strengthen them in those decisions. For it's in your precious and holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. If you all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Brandy, if I can please get a roll call for quorum.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Present.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Present.
Vice Chair Murillo? Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Present. Thank you. We do have quorum. So the Commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Macias, is there any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I have no changes to the agenda.
Okay, moving on. We do have a closed session scheduled. I just wanted to let everyone in the crowd know. I see that we do have a large crowd. The Board of County Commissioners is going to go into closed session for a little bit. We will be back out to continue the meeting. But the Board of County Commissioners may convene in closed session to discuss a limited personnel matter involving the hiring of a county manager as authorized by the Open Meetings Act 1015-1H2.
I'll move approval to go into closed session.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to go into closed session. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. We will be back shortly. Thank you. Okay. Let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion to go into closed session. The time is 10:30 and we are going back into our regularly scheduled commission meeting. Next on the agenda is going to be the consent agenda where the board will be asked to approve by one motion the following items for reoccurring or routine business. And we do have items 1 through 13. Do I have a motion to approve?
So move.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Murillo to approve.
I'll second.
I have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Any discussion, commissioners? Seeing none, Brandy, if you can give us a roll call vote on that, please.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries.
The consent agenda does have a couple of resolution numbers. Item number 4, 2024-59. Item number 6, 2024-60.
Thank you. Okay, we do have pet showcase. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the board, for those of you here in the audience and those that may be viewing virtually, the County Commission takes advantage of every one of its meetings to advocate for the adoption of animals from the Animal Services Center. Our cat of the week is Madonna, who's 5 years old and a domestic short hair. My kitten has since found her forever home. So now it's just me now. And I'm ready for my turn to be the baby of the family. I absolutely love getting pets and attention, and I love to be held while I receive scratches. I'm sure my loving forever home is out there, so please come and meet me and fall in love. And see how you could resist those eyes. Our dog of the week is Noelle. She's 3 years old and a medium mix. I'm a super sweet pixie mix who just wants to be a lap dog. I'm friendly with other dogs and I'm gentle with people. I've visited Grace Village a couple of times now and loved getting treats and giving everybody kisses. I'm hoping my forever home is one that will spoil me and treat me like a princess for the rest of my days. So there are adoption opportunities, and of course the entire month is Spring Fling Adoption Special. All adoptions only $50. And then there's off-site adoptions that are occurring this Saturday at PetSmart on Loman Avenue from 10 to 1. Again, on behalf of the County Commission, we encourage anyone here or viewing to consider adopting either Madonna or Noelle or some other animal from the Animal Services Center that may capture your heart. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Moving on, we do have our employee recognition where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. County Manager Macias.
We need a mic up here, people.
Again, at each of its meetings, the County Commission takes advantage of recognizing county employees who have reached a certain milestone in their service through the county. And we're going to start this morning with, although I'm not sure if he's here any longer, Sergeant Jesus Ortegon. Did they leave?
Yes, you got it.
Did they leave? They left. Okay. So my understanding is that Mr. Chairman, this particular employee had to leave. I know that they were here earlier. So then let's move on for a recognition of 10 years of service. Mr. Daniel Zambrano. Okay, so Mr. Popularity has arrived. All right. Mr. Zambrano joined Doña County as an engineer intern in April of 2014. He helped oversee roads planning and design, drainage systems, bridges, and other public work projects. In January of 2018, he was promoted to manager of the utilities department and was responsible for the county's wastewater collection, treatment, and disposal systems. He also supervised the financial matters. In January of 2021, he transferred back to the road engineering department as the roads superintendent. In this role, Mr. Zambrano manages more than 30 crew members and maintains more than 1,200 miles worth of roads. Though he has only worked with him for the last 2 years, his supervisor, County Engineer Mo Moabed, said he thoroughly appreciates Dan's drive to respond quickly to customer inquiries and concerns. Even when he's on leave, he answers his phone and email. Sometimes in his sleep, he answers, Mr. Moabed said. He's not answering, he's complaining. Okay. He provides the best customer service and is always willing to try new things to reduce costs and get more work done. Mr. Zambrano cares for his staff and their safety and is constantly willing to help. Just recently, during the search for a new utilities leader, he oversaw the department until the position was filled. When he's not at work, Mr. Zambrano is a cheesehead. For those who could care less about football, that's a Green Bay Packer fan. He enjoys working on his 1967 VW bus and 1965 Dodge truck. And of course, he enjoys spending time with his wife and 2 daughters. Ladies and gentlemen, a county employee who absolutely reflects what has been read about him in terms of his enthusiasm for the individuals that he supervises and the enthusiasm for his work and just having the greatest of personalities and the commitment to his county responsibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, having contributed 10 years of service to Doña County, Mr. Dan Zambrano. This plaque is dedicated to Mr. Daniel Zambrano in appreciation for and recognition of 10 years of dedicated service to Doña County on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners and County Management. Now, if you give us just a moment and to have a picture taken. We'll proceed with 15 years of service with Sergeant Julio Barragan. Sergeant Barragan was hired as a detention officer cadet in March of 2009 and graduated as an officer trainee the following February. In July of 2014, he was promoted to the rank of sergeant. Throughout his career, he has supervised, been responsible for inmate accountability and safety, and worked in all areas of the facility, ranging from booking to housing in both the adult and juvenile sections of the detention center. In his current role as detention booking sergeant, he helps book new inmates when arresting agencies bring them in and before they are released by the courts. Sergeant Barragan also supervises assigned officers and helps train, motivate, and evaluate personnel. Off duty, he is the head coach for the New Mexico Outlaws. an 11 and under baseball team. He mentors and guides players on the fundamentals of baseball. He also helps with his 3-year-old's T-ball end zone. He enjoys taking his son to baseball practice and cheering him on at the tournaments. And he also enjoys traveling and is happily engaged to Alicia, who was here with us early but had to return to work. They have 3 children, and now they're expecting a 4th. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to point out that although we certainly honor our law enforcement officers, sometimes we do overlook that we have very dedicated personnel that help to oversee the detention center and the kind of challenges that come with those responsibilities. So please give a very dedicated officer who has contributed 15 years to helping with the security of the community, Sergeant Julio Barragan. Let's see, do we have Ms. Lozoya with us? No, no longer. All right. That completes our recognition today, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Next, we do have our proclamations. We do have 4 today. The first one being item number 14, which is to proclaim April as Parkinson's Awareness Month in Doña County. April is Parkinson's Awareness Month, and we want to acknowledge that the Parkinson's Support Group of Southern New Mexico works consistently to raise awareness. The group informs our community and supports people who are diagnosed with Parkinson's and their caregivers. Parkinson's disease has become more and more familiar to us as people in our community are diagnosed and organizations with celebrities sharing about their own diagnosis and experience. You have heavyweight champion Muhammad Ali, actor and advocate Michael J. Fox, and Grammy Award winning singer Linda Ronstadt, who some of the celebrities who have shared their stories about living with this disease and advocated for more research into the cure and making treatment accessible to more people. Each year, we recognize Parkinson's Support Group of Southern New Mexico, which offers the Parkinson's Disease Guide and helps bring awareness to the broader community. We had Sarah here today to accept the award on behalf of John Roberts, who requested the proclamation. She did have an appointment that she had to get to, so she's not here to receive it today. But I just wanted to say thank you and also recognize just the amazing work that they do. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
would it be appropriate if we go ahead and move approval of to proclaim April as Parkinson's Awareness Month in Doña County?
Thank you. We do
So
have
second.
we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez and a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Brandy, if we can just get a roll call vote on that, please.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair,
would you
point of
like
order.
for me to read the proclamation? Because I do understand that there are 2 individuals here to
Oh.
receive the proclamation.
Do we still have anyone here to receive the proclamation? Oh, I'm so sorry. I was told that they left. Come on up. I apologize.
Again, would you like us to read the proclamation first?
Of course,
or hear
I was
from?
unaware that people were still here for this. I apologize. Gentlemen, do you want to say anything before we read the proclamation? Oh, if you want to say it into the mic, that way people can hear you that are listening. listening online as well.
Yes, we meet every month, the third Tuesday at the Holiday Inn Express, and you're welcome here. And if you know anybody who is living with Parkinson's, please let them know that we do meet there. There are also other types of meetings that we have in addition to that that deal specifically with issues of Parkinson's. It's at the Holiday Inn Express. It's on Tell Shore. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Macias, if you read the proclamation, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Whereas,
I'm sorry, point of order. Can we have them actually state their names, please?
Sure,
Before
if
they
you want to
speak?
state your names for us.
give us your names into the microphone.
I'm Lynn Austin.
John Milius.
Thank you very much.
Whereas Parkinson's is a brain disorder that causes unintended movements such as shaking, stiffness, and difficulty with balance and coordination. It is the second most common neurodegenerative disease and the 14th leading cause of death. There is no cure, and nearly 90,000 people are diagnosed yearly in the United States. Whereas Parkinson's disease affects the person with a diagnosis, their family, and our community. The person suffering from Parkinson's disease often experiences an income loss when they become too debilitated to work or perform basic tasks, with a loss of neuromuscular function and a decline in overall health. And whereas Parkinson's disease affects an estimated 1 million people in the United States, the American Parkinson's Disease Association supports research and provides patient services and educational programs for patients, care partners, and veterans. Whereas the family of the person suffering from Parkinson's disease is heavily affected as their loved one's symptoms take their toll, there is also a significant financial impact as earnings decrease and the cost of medication alone is about $2,500 a year, while therapeutic surgery can be up to $100,000. Its economic burden on the nation is about $52 billion per year. And whereas formed in 2009, the Parkinson's Disease Support Group of Southern New Mexico provides information, helpful resources, and hosts a monthly gathering open to all at 10 a.m. the third Tuesday of every month at the Senior Circle Center at 3948 East Loman Avenue. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of April as Parkinson's Awareness Month. Mr. Chairman, a proclamation for the consideration of the board.
Thank you, County Manager. We do have a motion and a second. Brandy, if we can get a roll call vote.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shell Jordan on this.
Yes, motion carries. Congratulations.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes. Okay, next we do have proclamation for claiming the week of April 14th through the 20th as National Animal Control Appreciation Week in Doña County. And I believe we have Mary Lou Ward and our animal control officers here today. This week is celebrated the second week of April to thank animal control officers for their commitment to helping pets and people in our community here of Doña County. Animal control personnel risk life and limb by going out into the field to protect the welfare of helpless animals and pets that are rescued from injury, disease, abuse, and starvation. They provide an essential community function of enforcing animal control laws and ordinances, protecting the public from disease such as rabies and educating us on proper care of pets. And there's much more to this job. Animal control officers pick up stray animals and sometimes dead on arrival animals. Officers help seek justice in case of abuse, neglect, and abandonment. They conduct humane investigations and bring in helpless animals. They help protect animals from abusers and people from all dangerous animals. And we want to thank our animal control officers and appreciate their dedication to helping keep residents and animals safe and healthy. Mary Lou, if you want to bring up your team and everyone out there. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for taking this time, giving us this opportunity to recognize our great animal control officer team, animal care workers, animal advocates, and with this proclamation. Earlier, we had the animal shelter here as well, but they had to leave. So we do appreciate their support and our partnership as well going forward with this. As we all know, there's tremendous efforts taken every day by our officers and staff to promote public health, safety, and welfare through education and enforcement through the county and animal control. Our outreach and educational efforts would not be a success without the efforts of our partnerships and fast-acting advocates. Just recently, we've had an incident where we had a big case where we had 50 animals in a community, which was a hoarding case. We acted fast by reaching out with our animal advocates and asking for assistance so the animals would not go into the Animal Services Center. With that process going, of course, they stepped in, assisted, and processed and assisted us getting 37 of those animals out of that environment and processed them to other families and got them spayed, neutered, vaccinated through local donators. So we really appreciate those efforts. Without those partnerships, this wouldn't happen. Those animals would have ended up in the Animal Services Center, which we're all trying tremendously to keep them out of, as well as the SNAP program, which we are all working forward and trying to get these animals spayed and neutered. It's a great effort going forward, so thank you again for this.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Commissioner Chapato and a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Mr. Macias, if you'll read the proclamation for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whereas the National Animal Care and Control Association celebrates the second week of April as National Animal Control Appreciation Week and encourage communities to learn about what this job entails, we thank our animal control officers who risk their lives and dedicate personal time and resources while they serve the public, much like other public safety and law enforcement officers. And whereas federal, state, and local government officials around the nation take this opportunity to recognize, thank, and commend the work and commitment of animal control officers and animal services staff for the valuable service they provide in our community. And whereas animal welfare personnel aid in the prevention and control of the spread of rabies throughout the county, they protect and rescue domestic animals and livestock, capture stray animals that could present a potential danger to the community, investigate reports of animal abuse, and provide resources for animal sterilization. And whereas we recognize and commend our animal control personnel for their friendly professionalism and dedicated service, we appreciate They're answering calls for assistance from constituents across the county and helping protect vulnerable pets. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the week of April 14th through the 20th as National Animal Control Appreciation Week. Mr. Chairman, a proclamation for the consideration of the board.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just want to recognize Mary Lou and all of your team. I know what's been nice is that you've expanded the team as of the last couple of years, and really, I think this is one team that many residents don't realize we need until you pick up the phone and call and report either a stray animal or any of those, and you need someone. And so I want to say thank you, because I think very often you guys work, I don't want to say behind the scenes, but I don't think you're always the most visible, but you all do so much to serve the county, and I'm very thankful for everything that you all do. And to our animal advocates and community, thank you so much for always being there, working with our department, stepping up, providing feedback when it's asked for, and just it's a joint effort. And so I'm really appreciative of that effort that goes on with the public and our servants. So thank you so much for everything you all do.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Oh, forgive me. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how you guys cover 3,800 square miles the way you do with the number of staff you have. I mean, I think the population of animals in the county that need to be managed are probably greater than the population of the citizens. So it's a huge job. I don't know how you do it, but we thank you for every day being out there in order to do it for us, because we certainly know there's some problems with it, and you all do a great job. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to take advantage of the fact that we have now received an acceptance to an offer of employment by a veterinarian who, again, is going to be participating in our efforts. You know that we've been working on this for years now to try to make this possible and to have a mobile spay and neuter unit functioning throughout the county. So hopefully in a few months, we'll be able to start rolling out the program. We are going to still test a pilot program with a veterinarian out of El Paso that we're working to finalize those plans so that we'll start in the southern part of the county in terms of helping to reduce the animal population and hopefully the number of animals being taken into the Animal Services Center and the number of animals that ultimately are euthanized. So I think that it's very appropriate that it falls into this week.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Okay, Brandy, give us a roll call vote.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Congratulations.
Would any of the officers be willing to kneel? Okay, so is everyone in the photo?
I can kneel on ladies. No? Okay. I know, right? I can do it.
So we could have the ladies up against the back of, up against the dais, and then we could have officers and those in the front. Would anyone like to kneel? Like, right in here? Yeah, I need to get everyone in there. No. That looks great. You guys look awesome. That's perfect. Commissioner Chaparro, a little to your left or right, whichever you prefer.
No, it's too big, it's too big. It's too big. Too big.
You look like one big happy family.
My knees are not going to move this long. I feel them walking. It's okay.
You said you were young.
33 is not that young, I'm figuring it out right now.
Okay, be quiet, be quiet.
Okay, I'm not saying anything, I'm smiling.
Eyes open. Okay.
Okay.
We'll make one of those work. Thank you so much to those of you that were kneeling. I appreciate it. Thank you.
My knees aren't thin or not heavy anymore.
Thank you, ladies.
Okay. I grew up. Okay, moving on, we do have item number 16, which is to proclaim the week of April 14th through the 20th is National Public Safety Telecommunications Week in Doña County, and we have Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our honor to recognize and highlight for 1 week the great work that Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority, MRVDA, telecommunication employees perform year-round for all our residents. In 2023, MRVDA's dispatch center received 268,022 telephone calls. And if we think about that for 1 minute, it's about 1 call per county resident. And we don't often think about the people at the other end of those phone calls, especially when we call. But they require compassion, a lot of knowledge, and quick reactions to get us all the help that we need as soon as possible. They must also keep first responders properly informed so that each situation calls for, they must have all the information, from the number of responders to equipment and where the need is. The number of emergency medical calls was 24,717 throughout the year, while calls for law enforcement was the vast majority of 265,990. And I would be remiss in not mentioning how important they were when I was a judge. They would wake me up almost every night, several times a night, for search warrants or for help for our residents. And they were always courteous and compassionate and helpful. So many thanks to our telecommunication employees. I remembered you fondly and think of you very, very often. So ladies and gentlemen, please join us in thanking these first responders and the teams that support them. Congratulations to them this week. And we thank each and every one of you for helping Doña County residents get the right help at the right time when needed. Are any of our our telecommunication employees in the room? Or did they have to leave? Oh, here they are. Come on up, please. And welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and Commission. My name is Jennifer Gorham. I am the Interim Executive Director at Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch, and I'm honored to be here today to accept this proclamation on behalf of staff. I stand before you today filled with gratitude and pride as we extend our heartfelt thanks to Doña County Commission Board of Commissioners for proclaiming the week of April 14th through the 20th, 2024 as National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. This proclamation holds immense significance for the dedication dispatchers and support staff of MRVDA. These individuals are the unsung heroes of our community, working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the safety and well-being of our citizens. In the times of crisis and emergencies, it is their calm voices, unlike mine today, an unwavering commitment to guide first responders of those in need. They are the lifeline connecting the public with help and support they require, often under challenging circumstances and immense pressure. Their hard work, dedication, and resilience makes them an indispensable component of our public safety community. They embody the values of service and sacrifice, demonstrating a profound commitment of well-being to our community each and every day. Your recognition of National Public Safety Telecommunications Week not only honors our invaluable contributions, but serves as a reminder of the critical role they play in keeping the community safe. They truly are first responders in our community. Thank you for taking this opportunity to express your gratitude and support of these exceptional individuals, acknowledging their unwavering commitment to public service. Together, let us ensure that they know how much their efforts are valued and appreciated. Thank you once again for this meaningful proclamation, and to our dedicated dispatchers and the support staff for their selfless service to our community. Thank you very much. And I also have our chair, Vanessa Ordonez, and Deputy Director Albert Flores present.
County Commissioners, thank you again. Albert Flores, Deputy Director of Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority. Thank you again for this recognition. It definitely is key in our dispatchers' roles to help them being recognized as great so they can continue to do the things they do for public safety. It also does motivate us more to keep approaching Congress to change our job classification to first responders, because we're still listed as that at the national level. So, and now we are approaching issues with our well-being, and this is also a push for that to change some laws at that level as well. So thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commission. I'm Chief Vanessa Ordonez with the Anthony Police Department, and I have to say that over the course of at least 5 to 6 years, I've been part of the board with MRVDA, and I have witnessed firsthand the hard work and dedication that the dispatchers, have and serve for our community. Behind each brave first responder, which I know we have several of my colleagues here today, is a dedicated dispatcher. They are the first line of defense in a time of crisis, the calm voice in chaos, and even for us, because we experience that chaos often. The rock that holds communities together. And I just want to, let the Mr. Chair and the Commission know that we thank MRVDA for everything that they do, and they are very much appreciated in the law enforcement community and in others. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I so move on this.
Second.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Murillo and a second by Commissioner Chaparro. County Manager Macias.
Thank you. Whereas National Public Safety Telecommunications Week is observed on the second week of April to recognize and celebrate the work of people who answer emergency calls, dispatch emergency responders, and equipment to provide life-saving help. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the vital communication link for police officers, firefighters, and emergency medical personnel monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information and ensuring their safety. Without telecommunicators and the system to alert public safety personnel, millions of lives would be lost due to delayed responses. And whereas telecommunicators have a critical impact on safe, accurate, and timely response, as they are called upon to quickly dispatch public safety help or calmly guide someone to contain bleeding, temporary bandaging, provide CPR, or even deliver a baby. And whereas Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority, the first consolidated dispatch center in the state of New Mexico, which covers 3,808 square miles and serves more than 225,000 residents. And whereas in 2023, MRVDA's dispatch center received over 268,000 telephone calls, resulting in over 265,000 law enforcement, nearly 38,000 fire services, and nearly 25,000 emergency medical incidences dispatched. And whereas we thank and celebrate MRVDA telecommunicators who serve residents daily in emergency situations, yet remain in the background, unseen at our most vulnerable times. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the week of April 14th through the 20th as National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. Mr. Chairman, a proclamation for the board's consideration.
Thank you. Any other board comments? Yes, Shannon. Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have had the privilege and the opportunity to be on this board for MRVDF now for my entire term as county commissioner. And I have one phrase for it that I always use, and for those of you who understand will understand why. I call it the heart of the county, because if that's not working right, nothing else is working. And the dedication of this team and the sacrifice and the hours they put in, because of short staffing over the years, they actually work a lot of 16-hour days and sometimes pull double shifts. And we, here, I think, I don't have to do that, but I think, gosh, thank God they do. Thank God they're willing to do and sacrifice that until we can get the staffing back up. I'll also say that anybody who thinks they can do the job should be looking for an opportunity to apply for one, because we certainly could use some really good people at MRVDA. And thank you all for everything. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other board comments? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Congratulations. Okay, moving on, we do have the next proclamation, which is to proclaim the week of April 15th through the 19th as National Work Zone Awareness in Doña County, and we have Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. April 15th through the 19th is recognized as Work Zone Awareness Week. We want to take some time to recognize our team here at the county and those transportation professionals beyond who repair our roads to keep us moving. Roads are more than just something we drive on. Our roads are a bigger part of the transportation system that helps facilitate the movement of people, goods, and services. They take us to work, to school, and connect our communities. Our engineering and roads department, under the leadership of Mo Mobed, takes a comprehensive approach to improving our roads by planning, inspections, and maintenance. And if you've ever met Mo, one of the things that I'm always grateful, especially being an engineer, is that if you ever talk roads with him, he loves to geek out on it and will take the time to tell you everything that goes into the process. And his enthusiasm for it is infectious. I also appreciate how our roads crew interacts with our community. They listen to our residents. They respond with prompt action of their concerns, and when needed, with education about what's possible when within the given regulations. I think some will recall the public service campaign years ago, give them a break. Well, our road professionals always need that break. Motorists should always slow down when road construction is taking place and pay attention to the road. This helps protect the worker and the motorist. And I know a lot of times we have so much construction that's going on in the county, and I know a lot of times we just want to get home or pick up our kids or where we're going to, but please be aware of those work zones and the people that are working on it, because they're doing a service to all of us in the community. Thank you to our professionals in our engineering and roads department for all that they do and all that they do for our roads and keeping them in optimal driving condition. Today, I'd like to bring up our engineering and roads department team, all of us that are here for that. I'd like to welcome you all up and come up and be recognized, please. And Mr. Macias, while they're coming up, if you wouldn't mind reading the proclamation.
We need a
sir.
motion first?
Yes.
make a motion that we actually approve the proclamation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds and a second by Commissioner Chaparro. County Manager Macias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whereas annually, we recognize National Work Zone Awareness Week in April, which provides an opportunity to raise public awareness about the importance of work zone safety and to honor the men and women who risk their lives daily to enhance our transportation infrastructure. And whereas the safety of our roadways and the well-being of our professionals who work hard to maintain, improve, and build them, motorists are reminded to exercise caution, follow traffic laws, and remain attentive while navigating through work zones. And whereas in 2021, 956 people died in work zones, according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Also in 2021, 108 highway worker occupational facilities occurred in road construction sites based on the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We do not want to contribute to these numbers. Whereas in Doña County, our engineering and work department maintains over 1,500 miles of roads that fall into disrepair due to weather conditions, traffic volume, aging infrastructure, environmental factors, and heavy loads. We appreciate the efforts of our road crew to keep the roads in our communities safe. As they work to keep us safe, we encourage motorists to be mindful of this year's national theme. Work zones are temporary. Actions behind the wheel can last forever. And whereas Doña County is committed to promoting safe driving practices, reducing accidents, and ensuring the safety of our road construction and maintenance workers, we recognize that our roadways are not just pathways of travel, but they connect communities, enhance commerce, and enrich other qualities of life. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the week of April 15th through the 19th, 2024 as National Work Zone Awareness Week. Mr. Chairman, proclamation for the consideration of the board.
Thank you. Does any other commissioner have any comments? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. Congratulations. Yeah, there's a lot of them.
I was gonna say, since there's so much of the team here, I'll just stay up here if that's okay, if you wanna.
Oh, Anita.
Oh, I thought that was a big dolly. 3 points of contact.
Trust fall. Okay, no.
Okay, I can't see Commissioner Murillo.
Hold on.
Sure, guys.
Can you see her now? How about now?
Everybody smile.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we do have our public input section. At this time, we invite the public to come up to address the commission. We do have a white binder to the left of the podium. If you will please sign in with your name before addressing the county commission. We do have a timer on the screen for 3 minutes. If you'll please be mindful of that as well. If anyone wants to join us up front for public comment.
For
anything you talked about, or?
So if there's a portion, if you're here for any of the hearings or the ordinances, if you would please wait until the hearing or the ordinance, but any other generalized comment, I do see your signs.
Again, Mr. Chairman, I think that they're here related to the proclamation.
The presentation.
Or the, excuse me, the presentation.
Okay, is it regarding the presentation or is it regarding?
Presentation and, well, the outcome of it. I mean, I want to talk. I want to see what can be done about this water.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you time before the presentation if that works. You can address us before the presentation starts, and that way if there's any questions, comments, or concerns, we can address them at that time. Yes, so if you're here for any presentation or ordinance or hearing, if you'll wait until that comes up. So this is just going to be generalized public comment addressing the board. Good morning.
Good morning.
Almost afternoon.
I know, right? So I apologize. I cannot wait for the presentation portion because I do have to leave. Again, my name is Daisy Maldonado. I'm the director of the Empowerment Congress. Good morning, almost good afternoon. Chair Shaljo Hernandez and county commissioners of Doña County. And I'm here today to speak about Camino Real Regional Utility Authority. And this necessarily is not about the presentation. However, this is in response to the cancellation of the Crea board meeting that happened last night. And so I could not give these public comments there. So I'm here to do that I'm here to do that now. And so during Tuesday evening's city council meeting, Councilor Jaramillo announced a public meeting that would take place April 5th in the afternoon at Sunland Park Chambers, where the interim director, Mr. Crosby, would be presenting and provide information and update about Crea. During that meeting, Mr. Crosby did provide us some updates and took some questions from the public. However, some things I want to comment about is Mr. Crosby did mention that on March 12th, the NMED water testing that took place at Crea showed that all 4 arsenic treatment plants tested below the EPA standards for drinking water, and that is true. However, 10 days later, NMED came back to Crea on March 28th, conducting a surprise visit. And in fact, one of the arsenic treatment plants tested above the EPA standards for arsenic for drinking water. So, well, I'll get a bit up. And before the meeting was over, Mr. Crosby left through the back entrance of the building without saying a word to the community. And so my comment to the commission, being that it is one of the entities that has signed the joint powers agreement for Crea to even exist, is that how public entities should be communicating with the public? And to you specifically, Commissioner Murillo and Commissioner Chaparro, what are you all going to do to ensure clean and safe drinking water is being delivered to your constituents? The constituents in District 2 who have to drink and consume the dirty and essentially unconsumable water that is provided by Crea. And lastly, I will say, what will be done to ensure that constituents are heard, that their concerns are addressed, and that how is Crea's staff going to be held accountable for misrepresenting the actual state of the water quality that Crea is providing to the community? Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment?
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to address the commission. These are the words of John Leland. Every man must give an account of himself to God, and therefore every man ought to be at liberty to serve God in that way that can best reconcile to his conscience. If government can answer for individuals at the day of judgment, let men be controlled by it in religious matters. Otherwise, let men be free. Where did the phrase separation of church and state come from? It was coined by Roger Williams of Rhode Island. Thomas Jefferson was also one of many Americans who promoted the idea. Two other players played a major role: James Madison, who wrote the final draft of the Constitution and Bill of Rights, and John Leland, a Baptist pastor and evangelist who followed in the steps of Roger Williams. In 1790, Madison sought out Leland when Madison was informed that Baptists were against Virginia's ratification of the Constitution. Leland and the Baptists opposed ratification because, in their view, the prohibition of religious tests in the Constitution was not enough to guarantee religious freedom. If the Baptist and Patrick Henry's anti-federalists voted no on the Constitution, they would easily defeat the ratification of the Constitution. Therefore, without Virginia's ratification, there was little hope that a national government founded on the Constitution would long endure. Madison won Leland's support by promising a Bill of Rights that would include the separation of church and state. The point I'm endeavoring to make is that the separation of church and state was a Christian principle. It was not imposed on Christians by secular minds. Rather, it was by the demand of American Christians that we came to have the phrase, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion in our Constitution. Leland observed that Christianity was and would be used by politicians for power and profit. The Christian religion has been made, according to John Leland, the Christian religion has been made a stirrup to mount the steed of popularity, wealth, and ambition, end quote. What better example of this principle can there be that a major party's presidential nominee is selling Bibles, promoting Christian nationalism for $60 plus shipping, and saying, "Make America pray again"? I conclude by begging you, commissioners, again, please end the practice of prayer at the beginning of these proceedings. Please respect the Constitution for the sake of both the church and the state. Thank you very much.
Okay. Seeing no other public comment.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, I don't think I heard him say his name, did he?
I think he did at the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're addressing, please come up. Sir?
All right, my name is Rick Renault, lifetime Las Cruces resident. Good morning, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My commissioner is Mr. Reynolds, and my former commissioner is Chaparro. So I want to talk today about the Doña County Sheriff's Department latest Facebook ad and tie it into the Desert Hope Apartments if I can, and local crime. The Facebook ad reads, "You are an accomplice to crime. Citizens, leaving your car doors unlocked gives criminals everything they need." There's even a name sticker shown on the person in the ad. "Hello, my name is you." I can't help but thinking, since I accidentally left my truck door unlocked last night, along with hundreds of Las Crucens, that by God, we're in the middle of a crime wave in Las Cruces now, with hundreds of Las Crucens, the accomplices. But seriously, there are criminals in this county who've been getting away with mayhem the last 2 to 4 years. I've been with citizens at city council meetings who are fed up. 2 years ago, they were fed up with Las Cruces becoming the new Seattle or Albuquerque or now maybe Calcutta. 2 years ago, I and others asked the councilors to shut down the Desert Hope Apartments. I was informed by Councilor Graham that the city does not run the apartments. The Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority does, with its 5 board members appointed by the city and county. The city appoints 3 members to the authority. The county appoints 2. So you guys are part of the Desert Hope Apartments. The Desert Hope Apartments have destroyed the Idaho Pecos Solano neighborhood because the model allowing drug dealers to live next door to people getting off drugs will never work. A cost-benefit analysis by any reasonable person would confirm this. We have proved that housing first does not work. That's why we advocate intervention first. Why is the crisis triage center out of business again? Compassion to the homeless is not what is happening here. It's the opposite. Why did the county just weeks ago partner on one of these dangerously malmanaged housing projects? So solutions. The county commission may want to issue a statement clarifying the Doña County's Sheriff's Department ad calling us citizens accomplices. The other thing is begin the process of liquidating the Desert Hope Apartments community menace immediately. Thank you.
Please come up if you're addressing the commission. Yes, sir.
I have to wait for the gentleman to finish before I can speak, correct?
We can do it before or after, depending.
All right, good.
Are you addressing? Yes, Commissioner Chapato.
Mr. Chair, and if I may request that if persons are speaking regarding the Crea presentation, that they wait until then, until
That's
the
what they're
presentation is
doing.
presented, and then questions are asked afterwards. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I've explained that. I think that the confusion is that, of course, you're asking other individuals to come forward,
Correct.
and somehow they think they're being called as well. But if there's no one else for the general public participation, maybe we can go on to the next item.
Okay, seeing none, we will move on to staff input. Is there any staff input?
No, sir.
Seeing no staff input, we will move on to county elected officials input. If any county elected official would like to join us? I see our county assessor, welcome.
Good morning, Sheriff Chaldo Hernandez, Commissioners Eugenia Gina Montoya Ortega, Assessor. I'm accompanied today by Adrian Acosta, Data Analyst Coordinator, IT, and our Chief Temporarily Assigned Appraiser, Tanja Hazen. And the reason that I am here is actually to present, as required by me from PTD, an annual report to the county commissions. On that presentation, you will see Board of County Commissioners, in accordance with 7-3616E NMSA, I am submitting the following written report to aid the Board of County Commissioners in determining the Assessor's Office is operating an efficient program of property valuation maintenance. The county's assessor for tax year 2024 has added the following property taxable and non-tax and tax exempt records. So I'm just providing this. This is required by PTD every year that we do this. We did not do this last year. And so that's what I just wanted to share with you all.
Thank you. Should this be a presentation? Is there something that this should be on the official agenda, or?
Mr. Chair. My microphone's stuck on something.
Okay.
I guess if she's just going to give you the booklet, that's fine. But if it was going to be more detail, it would probably be better as a presentation so that it is noticed as exactly what is going to be being presented, so people who wanted to know about it would be able to come in and see it. Generally, we would leave our elected official input to the types of things that the commissioners.
Yeah, if we can just have this on the agenda for the next meeting. It looks like there's a presentation with it.
Yeah, so we need a, Tanja would like to go to just So that would be fine to put it on the agenda. We just needed to present it before our actual assessor's evaluation from PTD. And that's going to be probably before your next meeting. So we just needed to present something to you quickly, and we can do something later. Yeah, so I will ask that this does get put on the agenda for the future, but we actually need to present this to the board as part of what I'm going to get evaluated by PTD. So I will ask that it is put on the agenda for full presentation.
Okay, since it says commissioners in determining that the assessor's office is operating an efficient program of property evaluation maintenance, does this mean that we're supposed to be taking action on this? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other county elected official input? Seeing none, I will move on to commission input. If there's any commissioner that would like to address this. Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the Las Cruces International Film Industry for allowing me to give one of their presentations during the Film Fest. But what was most exciting about this is that we had students from all over the county, students that were participating in filmmaking, whether they be actors, directors, producers, grips, people from Chaparral, from Hatch. There was a very important movie from Hatch, and I was very happy to attend. And so thanks again to Ross Mark and his crew and NMSU. Y segundamente, me gustaría decir, hoy día, papi, es tu cumpleaños. 94 años. Y mi mami, 89. A ambos, un abrazo y feliz cumpleaños. Los quiero mucho. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
Just one thing I wanted to share with the public. It's been shared on the county social media. But Thursday evening, April 11th from 6 to 7 p.m., we'll be having a community meeting in the village of Doña. It'll be at the Doña Community Center located at 5745 Ledesma Drive. So it's just north of Thorpe Road. But I'd like to welcome all of the community members to come and join if you can. Again, that's 6 to 7 p.m. on April 11th at the Doña Community Center.
Awesome. Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had the actual honor to be a part of the Shattered Lives event that happened at Centennial in my district this past week. And I'd like to thank, the Eva Madrid, who's actually been running this program primarily as our hosting the program and managing it for the last 8 years or more. I think it's more like 20. Anyway, she brings together the city police department, the county police department, AMR, Memorial Hospital, Air Rescue, 30 students. Everybody in the community gets involved. The fire departments from both the city and the county and the state police were also involved. And they actually staged an accident at the high school. And it's actually, the accident is based on real life occurrence. And they have the kids participate as victims or basically as people who are part of the accident. They bring in air ambulance to take one away. One kid supposedly dies. Another one loses a football scholarship from a broken leg. They have to cut the top off of a car to get 2 students out because they're trapped in the car. I mean, the whole thing is well organized, well orchestrated, and there's a guy talking and explaining everything to the students constantly during the whole event. It takes about an hour and a half to do it. But I got to tell you, it was significant. In addition to just having the one event, they also bring in a hearse and carry away the body, so you see that somebody actually died at the scene and make it all look very real. And you could see the emotional impact on the students in the crowd as they actually thought about themselves being part of the accident as opposed to witnessing the accident. The whole process of the Shattered Lives is to make the students recognize that this is real life for them, or could be. And so make them take ownership of the responsibility of not drinking and driving, not doing drugs driving, not driving distracted on their phone or watching movies, on their on their monitor in the car or something like that, or even having too much going on in the car so they can't pay attention to what they're doing. So it's very impactful for the students. They also have a retreat that evening that I got to speak at and be a part of at the Spring Hill for the students that actually participated as what they call the living dead, the ones that actually had died in previous accidents or previous participation. So the whole event was well orchestrated. It's done at the school every year, and I think it's very impactful. And I think if we save, as they said up there in the meeting, if we save one life, the whole event was worth it. If we can save more lives, then we give these students an opportunity to have the future that they deserve. So it's real impactful in the community, and it's very well done, and I was really glad to be part of it. The other thing I want to talk about is I was also part of the ribbon cutting sponsored by Vamos Niños for the Play and Learn mobile museum they just rolled out. It was actually part of that was done by a grant from the state and also from Senator Heinrich to actually provide a mobile learning museum. It's a play and learn museum that is going around to different areas. The first day, it was actually at Sonoma Ranch Golf Course, then it was down in Anthony. I think the next day it went to another school. So it's going all the way around the county, and the kids get to go in and actually play inside the van and learn about, just learn about culture, green life, air movement, just a whole bunch of things they get to learn there, and the kids get to play there. So it's a playing museum for them to learn at. And that was really great as well. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Any other commission comments?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Murillo.
I have two announcements. The first one is inviting the public and surrounding areas there in La Union. We will be having a meeting tomorrow from 6 to 7:30 at the Our Lady of Refuge Catholic Church Hall on 1320 Mercantile Avenue there in La Union. And also we will be having another one on April 24th from 6 to 7:30, and this will be in Santa Teresa at the Doña Fire Station number 14. That's at 101 Parkview Drive. So I encourage the public to attend if they have any concerns on their communities. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Just a thing that I will be doing, and I'll mention it again at the end of the meeting during commission comment. I'm going to start doing by 2 kind of office hours a month on Mondays, and it'll be the Mondays that flank the BOCC meetings. So I'll be available if anyone wants to meet with me, whether it's constituent concerns in my district or whatever it is. I'll be doing that on Monday, the 15th will be the first one. And it's going to be from 11 in the morning to 1 o'clock in the afternoon for 2 hours. And that will flank hopefully people's lunchtime hours. So that way people can come and meet with me if they want. I'll be publishing it on social media and sending it out as much as possible as well. So please do come and see me on the 15th if you would like to discuss anything. So I'll be here. Any other commission comment? Seeing none, we will move on. We do have a presentation, which is number 18, which is an update on the Camino Real Regional Utility Authority Crea related issues. And we have Juan Carlos Crosby, Interim Executive Director of Crea. Welcome.
Commissioner Hernandez, members of the commission, thank you very much. My name is Juan Crosby. I'm the Interim Executive Director for Crea and have taken the seat since January of 2024. Today's presentation is going to be an update regarding Crea. And I'm going to be talking about 4 items. And to begin with, I'm going to be talking about Crea's regional growth. The area is growing at a quick rate. And I wanted to update the public as well as the commission regarding the growth in the area. Secondly, I'm going to be talking about the NMED 2023 sanitary survey and some of the items on it. However, I'll only stick to the 3 main items. Number 3, I'm also going to be speaking regarding the water quality as well as the arsenic treatment systems. And then lastly, I'll be concluding regarding capital infrastructure projects that are taking place and address a couple of comments. To begin with the growth, currently Crea has 7,900 water meter connections. And this is in the Sunland Park jurisdictional area, as well as portion of the Doña County jurisdictional area. But what's lying ahead of us is additional growth. By the end of 2025, we'll have an additional 1,000 residential homes in the area. And if we look at the next 5 years, we're looking at an additional 6,500 residential homes. So this region is growing at a very quick rate. And regarding to the Santa Teresa industrial area, which is known as a border industrial area, we're looking at over 1.5 million square feet that is currently on its way for construction. Now, in regards to the vital statistics for Crea staff, which will need to be doubled, is our current administrative staff capacity is 5. That includes me at the administrative office, and a total number of operators is 7. One thing that I did want to mention for the public as well, who may not know, Crea does contract Crea does contract Doña County as our fiscal agent, which oversees grants, finances, and IT. And during our water advisory, I'd also like to thank Doña County for its assistance with emergency services, as well as for the Public Information Office, who were a tremendous help to Crea and to the residents. I'd like to point that out. Regarding the 2023 NMED sanitary survey, as I wanted to mention to the board, was that this survey is done once every 3 years. And I'm proud to go ahead and acknowledge that our staff has completed over 50% of the items. There was a total of 58 deficiencies that were found, and we are at past the 50% mark. But my presentation is going to focus on the main 3 items. The first item on there is going to be the qualified staffing component. Crea has secured experts of the field, as well as our on-call engineers, to help Crea in terms of the appropriate training that is needed for our arsenic treatment facilities. In addition to that training is the continuation of training, so that our arsenic treatment facilities are being continually sustained to make sure that they're operating at an optimal level. The second item that was found on the sanitary survey that was critical was standard operating procedures. Crea has already, in collaboration with NMED, has implemented standard operating procedures for our arsenic treatment facilities to ensure to maintain the quality of the system. And then most importantly, I wanted to speak regarding the mission critical technology. It's known as SCADA, or Supervisory Control Monitoring. There are upgrades that are currently being in place thanks to our board, who has approved funding. We've approved a total of over $2.5 million in funding for upgrades to our facility. In regards to the mission critical technology, the reason why it is important, it is because in the event, for example, that took place in the end of November, beginning of December, this technology would have notified staff of anything going wrong at the arsenic treatment facilities, where we could have responded at a quicker rate. Oh, yes, I didn't know. Okay. All right. Sorry about that, folks. I'm on the mission critical technology portion of it. And the third item that is on there is asset management software. Now, this is one item that we're being ahead regarding what NMED had requested. This item was not on there, however, this is the approach that we're taking to be ahead of it. In regards to asset management, it is a critical portion which will help Crea capture, preserve, and use data to make more informed decisions to uncover critical questions and prioritize efforts around the infrastructure. In regards to quality, I'm going to be speaking regarding the achievements, the status, as well as additional necessities. When I was appointed as director at Crea, the arsenic treatment systems were not functioning. Since that time, with unanimous support from the Crea board, as well as the operational staffing team, substantial equipment, infrastructure, and operational procedures have been implemented to effectively continue the arsenic treatment system at the Crea water system. Now, I wanted to address for a moment regarding the discolored water. The discolored water is, the reason why it takes place is because there is naturally occurring sediment that is in our water system, and that being iron and manganese. This takes place when there is water line breaks, also takes place when the hydrants are being flushed in the community, and another reason was one of our tanks did run low due to a malfunctioning sensor. So when the tank reaches a low capacity of water volume, there's the naturally occurring sediment that can get induced into the system. Now, once induced into the system, it lays dormant until there is a peak for high demand for water. And at that point, Crea takes calls as phone calls come in, and we address the issues where the pockets arise. And what we do is we typically flush the hydrants in that area to clean out the system. Now, since January, Crea has implemented bi-weekly arsenic sampling, and it is sent to NMED certified labs. And I wanted to take a minute to explain regarding why we're doing bi-weekly sampling. Due to the recent events, NMED does their arsenic sampling once every quarter. We wanted to be a step above and mention that we were doing it twice a month. Now, the latest arsenic results that we had were from March 18th. And all of our 4 arsenic treatment plants came back below the 10 parts per billion, which is a maximum contamination level. Briefly, there was a comment right before my presentation regarding the maximum contamination level that was exceeding by a random survey that was done by NMED. Crea cannot speak to that sampling that was taken, reason being that would have to be addressed with NMED. Crea is only authorized for scores regarding arsenic to take samples from a designated sampling point that NMED specifies. The random sample that was taken through reports at a Love's truck stop. There are many variables that can be taken into account that can throw a sample off. Therefore, we cannot speak to that, something that has to be requested through NMED. Now, that sample that they took was taken on March the 16th, which was a Friday, I believe. 2 days later, or 3 days later, on that Monday, which is the 18th, Crea pulled a sample from in this case, the Santa Teresa Industrial District, which is the same system area where that sample that NMED showed was failing. Our samples came out 2 days later that we were operating below the MCL level. Now, where does that leave us currently? There are still additional upgrades required to bring the arsenic treatment system up to its optimal level. Myself and the Crea staff are up to that task. And we will still need additional upgrades to the area. One of those upgrades is going to be our media filter replacement. The lead time for that is 11 to 14 weeks to get that replaced. This will help with the filters that are in there and help the operations for arsenic treatment. In regards to capital improvements, there is a $3 million lift station that is along McNutt Road, which has increased which will increase the capacity that is going to our north plant. That is a very critical part of our infrastructure in terms of wastewater. In regards to wastewater treatment, thankful to the legislative, at this session was Crea received a total of $5 million for a wastewater treatment located in Doña County. And then thirdly, we also have an additional $5 million of funding to expand Crea's wastewater infrastructure capacity at our collection system along McNutt Road, which will help accommodate the growth that is taking place currently in Sunland Park. In addition to the capital improvements, we also have a total of $500,000 for an additional lift station fix as well as for a wastewater treatment plant, which is our Sunland Park plant, which needs approximately around $7 to $8 million for rehabilitation. This is a portion that we're using for the engineering design. And then lastly, Crea did get approved for $10 million for a 1 million gallon elevated tank in the Doña County area, in the sanitary industrial area, I'm sorry. And that has already passed through the Border Authority. What we are awaiting for is an intergovernmental agreement that is being done by the Border Authority. Now, in regards to the water quality, Crea takes additional steps just as other entities do. We take additional lead and copper samples. We take bacteria, or called BACT samples for the water quality, as well as we check the chlorine residual, which shows the disinfection for the water. These are all items that all entities must go through and must report to the entities to ensure that the quality is potable and it is safe. With that, this concludes my presentation, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners? And I know that there's public comment too. I don't know if we want to get public comment in before we...
I have a question.
Yes, of course. Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. JC, there was some, I mean, when the previous director was there, we got reports from him about the water quality and tests and things down at Crea, I believe, as I remember correctly. I don't remember there ever being any kind of problems like this. Is this just something that happened in the last 6 months, or you said November, December, or is this something that's been going on we didn't catch?
In regards to the water quality, sir, the one event that did occur where there was a situation was back in November, late November and early December, where there was elevated pH due to a malfunction probe. That is the only one that I can recall. As far as the systems, as NEBD has reported, being down for over a year and a half for the arsenic treatment systems, I can't speak to that right now because there is ongoing current litigation regarding that. To what I can speak to here today before the commissions is that starting from January 2024, when I took over, our treatment systems became operational.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just a question, and before we go, and I have a list of questions, but if we want to do public comment before I ask, that's fine. But I think you noted something in particular, that you noted that you can't speak or provide answers to this board, at least not in public, because of ongoing litigation. Would it not have made sense at all for us to be able to get updates in closed session at a minimum? Because I think Doña County is part of that litigation as well, but yet we haven't, as commissioners, received any updates from you, from our legal department, or anything. And so that was what I was hoping for, is to understand what's going on, because if we're going to be part of this active litigation, I would have loved to have had updates. But I don't see, obviously you're not providing them here for understandable reasons, but I think as a board that's part of the JPA for Crea, how will we get these updates?
Chairman Hernandez and members of the commission, that's a great question. So first of all, I began my tenure here as of January 2024. I absolutely have no issue with presenting to the Doña County Board of Commissioners. However, following protocol, I do have to get permission from our Crea board to make sure that we are following appropriate steps to make sure. But in my case, I have no problem in communicating regarding the procedures, the steps that Crea is taking. And I look forward, if that is something that our board authorizes me to do, I will certainly do so.
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Mr. Crosby did mention, there is possible litigation. And Commissioner Sanchez, you had requested from me a presentation to this board by the Crea interim director. I believe it was 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, but this was as quickly as possible that it could be put on the agenda. I do think that a closed session with this board is a very good idea, because obviously, as you mentioned, Commissioner, there's several issues that cannot be spoken about publicly. And so whenever all these commissioners are available, I think that is a proper request, and I think it's a very good request. Thank you.
Okay. If we want to, because I do have questions too that I've been writing down, but I do know that we have members of the public that have been waiting to speak during public comment, and this is the time to do so. So thank you so much. If you want to take a seat for a couple of minutes, let's get public comment going. That way we can address some of these comments and some of the board's comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple of items so that it's clear. To our knowledge, there is no pending litigation. And I don't believe that the county has received any direct notice. I just want to make that comment. Of course, you need to have certain justifications to be able to go into closed session. I'm not disputing anything that the interim director Crosby has indicated, but to my knowledge, we don't have any official notice related to litigation. The other is that there may be some individuals in the audience who may wish to address the commission in Spanish. They may feel more comfortable doing it that way. We did not have a request to have an interpreter present, but I want to just volunteer that if someone wants to address you in Spanish, I'm happy to attempt the translation.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
I'm a little confused about Mr. Macias's comment. I'd like to ask a question about it. So we have not been notified of any litigation about to the county, I think is what you said. Am I correct? Okay.
That is correct, to my knowledge.
Okay, have we been mentioned in any suits as a party to the litigation that someone else is being charged with? Has the county been mentioned as one of the responsible parties in any other litigation? And and by the way, and if so, shouldn't we be talking about that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If you would like to address the commission, please address all your questions to the commission. You will have 3 minutes to address us. Please state your name, and then we will also have you sign the book as well. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Go ahead.
Ready. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Jesus Baquera, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Sunland Park and the situation with the water. Now, this is a life or death situation. These guys want to force that water on us, and I think that is pretty illegal, sir. I got city councilmen protecting these guys because who knows, maybe kickbacks, I don't know. But enough is enough. I mean, I've asked this gentleman, he let out a comunicado or a letter out where he says, you know, people who are sick and this and that should not drink the water, infants and old people. So what I asked him, at what age is it okay to start drinking the water? And at what age is it to stop drinking the water? He gives us from infant to old, but he doesn't give any numbers, the age. Now, his answer to this question was, I'm not a doctor. Then why are you sending that communications out? Why are you sending that? Is it okay? Is it illegal? I mean, we've had this water problem for decades now, and nothing wants to be done, okay? We have a lot of problems with our city hall people, and it's just frustrating, and golly, sir, I have a whole bunch of questions for this gentleman, but I'm not really a public speaker, and it's just appalling what's going on there. I mean, this gentleman doesn't care about, I mean, I put up a jar of water
last week, and I told him, here's your infrastructure, because we were talking about infrastructure. Told him, there's your infrastructure. And he was saying, oh, look, that water will dissipate, that the color would go out and all this. But all it did, that brown stuff, I don't know if it's human waste, rust, I don't know, but it's brown. And it went all the way to the bottom. And they were saying that that water was safe to drink. Him and Jaramillo, they were said that they could drink that water, but none of them took a swig out of that water. Why? Because it's dirty, sir. It's literally life or death situation down there, sir. We need the governor or the state of New Mexico to take over this situation. It's just so frustrating, sir. I had so many things to say up here, but you kind of go blank when you get up here, and you're so frustrated that this has been going on, and then you come in here and this gentleman is telling how sweet the water is when you can see it, when you put it down there and you tell him, look at the water. And he says, it'll dissipate. All the stuff that was in there settled to the bottom, and it was solid, okay? It wasn't little, it was a whole bunch of brown stuff on the bottom of the glass. And that's not safe water, sir. I wouldn't drink it. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't even give it to his family. I asked him about that, and no, hell no, they won't give it to their family.
Thank you, sir.
Then why should I give it to mine?
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes. If you'll please sign in and address the board. Welcome.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Isabel Santos. I live in Sunland Park for the last 40 years. All that during this time, I am involving in my community in different issues. The first one is the dump, and now our water. We are very concerned in the community with the problem with the water, because I don't know that we can to use the water or not for cooking or for to wash the dishes, for take a shower. And when in the past, when Crea were created, the press release for the county says their Crea were in two entities, the city of Sunland Park and the county, with the obligation to protect the water and protect to us. But what happened? I very concerned because I don't understand their Crea is two entities. Why don't work together, the county and the city? Because when I were in the Crea meetings, I speak only 3 minutes, and we attend a meeting. This is because we have problems with the water. We have concerns. And we come back to the house with the problem. Don't solution, nothing. And now I think that we need to work together, because the water is life. And a city within no water is nothing. nothing. In July 27, Mr. Fernando Macias attended a council meeting, and he asked there we need to make another agreement. The last one, the time was 20 years. And then this agreement expire in 2028. Why have another new agreement? See, the another one not expired yet. And another thing that I am concerned, why the city asked to the state, asked $2,005,000 for Crea office? Why the city need to the money for that? Okay. It's our money. It's our benefit. Why the Mayor Perea is want this money? Okay. Another thing, the water pump to Anapra pay the city.
Okay, your time has expired. Thank you so much for addressing
thank you.
us. I appreciate
And
you.
I only speak English. Eh?
Sure. Really question while she's signing in. I'm looking on your website. Where's your CCR ad online? I can't find it. You don't have an information tab. Okay. Hi, welcome.
Okay. Buenos días, mi nombre es la señora Elvia Acevedo y estamos aquí un grupo de residentes de la ciudad de Salem Park.
Ma'am?
Todos.
Ma'am, we're going to have our county manager help translate during this portion.
Okay.
I apologize.
Sí, okay, sí, está bien. Okay. Mi nombre es Elvia Acevedo.
That's Mrs. Severo is her name.
Welcome.
Okay. Estamos aquí un grupo de residentes de la ciudad de Salem Park.
And again, we're here as residents of the city of Sunland Park.
Estamos pidiendo que por favor todos los de Crea
They're asking for everyone associated with Crea
renuncien a su puesto de Crea.
that they resign from their positions at Crea.
Deben ellos estar para ayudarnos a nosotros, la comunidad y residentes de la ciudad de Salem Park.
There should be there to help the residents of Sunland Park.
Porque ellos sabiendo
That knowingly
que había ya el problema del agua,
that the problem of the water existed.
ahora nos quieren esforzar a tomar agua.
Now they want to force us to drink water
Cuando nosotros lo único que queremos es tener agua limpia, tomar agua limpia y que se nos respeten nuestros impuestos, nuestro voto y que podamos dejar de comprar agua cuando pagamos un bill de agua.
And basically what the residents are asking for is to have clean water, availability to clean water, to respect the residents and the fact that they provide or they pay for receiving clean water.
Muchas gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Sir, it's 3 minutes per person. I apologize. Would anyone else from the public like to address the commission?
Mr. Chairman, let me take advantage of the fact and correct my earlier statement. We do have a tort claim notice from last February that included Crea.
I was just going to step and say that Mr. Gooden shouldn't, Israel Chavez shouldn't misinform the commission, as is typical of Mr. Gooden. The notice was sent.
Pause.
Mr. Chair, I don't need to be attacked.
Point of order.
I do not need to.
Point of order.
Okay.
Point of order.
This type of conduct has happened
Point of
before.
order, Israel, as well.
It's public comment. I'm allowed to.
I understand. Point of order. If we can please be respectful when addressing the commission. If we can please be respectful.
Mr. Chair, it is my constitutional right as a citizen to say what I'd like about any member of the staff I'd like.
100%.
Mr. Gooden has repeatedly misinformed the commission. And when I come to this commission, I try not to speak on things that I don't feel passionately about or don't really know. But the commission needs to be cautious about what they're believing from the people who guide them. This commission is a signatory of the JPA. This is not new. The new director was the deputy. He's acting like he just showed up to the show. Didn't he work there? The commission shouldn't absolve itself of the responsibility it owes. People who have been leading government longer than I've been alive pretend like they don't deserve to be held responsible. And I'm proud that we now have a commission that's willing to wade into these issues, but to allow these folks to distract this commission and pretend, because we know what Mr. Gooden was going to try to do is say, well, we never got notice, so we're outside of the date. That is not okay. And this commission has to ensure that it's holding its staff accountable, its JPAs accountable, the people who have been profiting from this government for decades who refuse to step away. We have to hold our agencies accountable. And when they tell falsehoods to this commission, that has to be held to account. It shouldn't be the responsibility of the public to do so.
Thank you.
And I expect that he be reprimanded for how he spoke to me.
Hi.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Vivian Fuller, Chair Christopher Shaljo, and County Commissioners. I'm here to speak as well about the water situation. You know, we saw the presentation. I wish we could believe what's on the presentation. I wish, you know, we could say, yeah, you know, that's great. But as a community member and a community advocate as well in the Sunland Park, Santa Teresa area, you know, the story's different on the other side. You know, there's community members that bring us dirty water. There's community members that complain about skin issues. I can vouch for the hair loss issue. But, you know, it's just like we said, it's incredible how all this situation is, I guess, kind of being ignored because it's been a situation for a long time and nobody ever, you know, really looked at it. And, you know, after the incident in late November, that's when everybody was like, wow, there is something wrong, you know. And it's public records, you know, where you know, all the times that they have failed to have normal, you know, levels of arsenic as well. And like I said, you know, everybody in our meetings, because we hold meetings monthly, has brought in us, you know, water, and community members, you know, talk to us and tell us, you know, we have skin issues, we have hair loss, we have, you know, cancer. There's a couple of community members that have came forward and said, you know, we have proof right here or the arsenic, there was high arsenic levels in their blood as well. And to top it off, the rates just keep going up. I'm a community member as well, and we pay high rates for the water. And they just keep going up, and it's for water that we can't even use, not to cook, not to bathe even now, because a lot of issues have been coming up. So yes, I would like to ask for some help. You know, there's a lot of people that are being affected by this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Irene Rodriguez. I live in Sunland Park for over 60 years. And we've been having a lot of trouble with the water. Me, myself, and my coworkers, my friends from here, been going house to house, talking to people there, and mostly elderly people. And it's the same thing over and over, the water. And it hurts me to see these people, they have to carry 5-gallon waters to their homes, you know, because they can't drink the water. And they told me, you know what, they don't do anything. You know, I don't want to go to meetings because they don't do anything. I said, we have to start somewhere. And you know what, I'm going to be the one with all my friends here. We're going to go and we're going to get signatures. So we did. We got a lot of signatures, and let's see where it's take us. But this is no good. We want your help. Please. We're asking from the heart. We need your help. Thank you.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes, ma'am.
can I please have them sign the book?
Oh, can we just take her the book? Yeah. Okay. Oh, we'll bring it to you. We got you. Yes, you may. Is there any other public comment to address the board? Seeing none, we will open it back up to commissioner comment, input, questions. You know, I want to thank everyone for coming out today. I know that this is serious. And, you know, I've been taking a lot of notes, and I had notes prior to this about this meeting as well. And I have questions. One of them is I can't find your CCR report on your website. That's one. And it's broken.
It's going to be on the meeting on agendas portion of it. You'll see the consumer confidence report for 2022 on there. If you go to the meetings and agenda at the very top, click on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go down, you'll see where it says 2022 consumer confidence report.
There it is. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Another thing, I looked on the EPA's website. There's been 11 violations this year alone. That's a lot. That does not instill confidence in the water that they're drinking. And I have questions on what we're doing. If you can tell us what steps you've taken so far in detail, how you're combating this. I heard that you're testing every other week, but every other week testing has led to more issues coming out in the quality reports and in the testing reports. So I see a lack of confidence in the water that they're supposed to be drinking. So that's one question that I have. You also mentioned in your presentation that you're expecting a growth of 6,500 homes within the Crea district. You also mentioned that you were looking for $10 million for a larger capacity water tank. I have questions on that, and I'm glad that you're here today, because if we're not providing clean and safe drinking water consistently to the residents of Sunland Park and Santa Teresa and the surrounding areas, how can we say that we're going to get another 6,500 homes into the Crea district and expect or assume that they're going to be getting clean water on a regular basis? with that, we're also going to assume that we're going to fill that new water tank with clean, potable, healthy drinking water. And these are all assumptions because we have not proven to the public or to myself as a commissioner that we can do this, which brings me to question all the growth that we're looking at down there. And I kind of need to know what we're going to do to move forward, because every other week is great, but when there's a surprise test or there's another test or anything like that, or like I said, 11 violations in 2024, I wouldn't want to do it either. So that's the first part, and I'm just going to give you the second part so you can address the whole thing. You know, I watched the Crea at the beginning of the year when we had the first issue, and then now we're continually having issues. But are we doing anything with enlisting support or, you know, deploying tanks to tap into the water supply so we're not using the current water that's coming up? Are we doing anything, calling in any other municipalities to help out? I know that we have OEM and Stephen Lopez here. Have we talked to them about, you know, contingency plans on what we do when, you know, the arsenic levels were high? I know that we put out, you know, a statement, which is great, but what are we doing to get into every single one of those households to make sure that they're not consuming the water? Which it sounds like a lot of them aren't because they don't trust the water as it is. So I guess, you know, it kind of did a little bit of the work for you, but I have concerns, and we're expected to, you know, give the funding for the tank, build the 6,500 homes, but we have issues. So if you can help me address some of these issues, and while you're addressing that, I'm going to dig into the consumer confidence report as well. Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to be starting off with your first item that you had requested regarding the notice of violations. Those notice of violations are coming about from the sanitary survey. Now, if you read some of those notice of violations that are going out, what some of the public was concerned about was regarding the concern and the information that goes on those notice of violations. We do not have control in terms of the statement because NMED specifies on their template the information that must go on there. The only area that we can answer to that is to what is being done. And that's the information that we fill out. And that's where the gentleman was referring to regarding if there's an acute health risk and you have concerns, if you're from this age to this age, if you have any questions, you need to seek medical advice. That's standard template that goes on each notice of violation. Now, to go ahead and address the notice of violations that have been going out and why they have been going out is because the sanitary survey is listed as a deficiency. And when a deficiency is not completed within the time frame that is allowed by NMED, if there is no extension granted, which previously there has not been any extensions granted, even though we're traditionally in the past, as long as you can show as long as this water system or the entity can show that there is progressive action to getting a deficiency done, they typically will allow for an extension. In this case, NMED has decided not to provide any extensions. Therefore, if you do not complete the task in time, a notice of violation will go out. Now, regarding the types of notice of violations that are going out, some of them are, one of them was a wire mesh that was not over an exterior pipe that was coming out from a building. The reason that has to be sent out is we were still behind on getting some of the items required. Another item that was on there was a leaking valve from one of our arsenic treatment facilities. Now, that leaking valve cannot be replaced until the media filter is first replaced. If we change out that valve, we will lose our ability to treat arsenic. Therefore, there's a step in action that has to be taken. First step is to go ahead and change the media. And when you're changing the media at that appropriate time, you would change out the valve. Because we could not get that done in appropriate time, a notice of violation has to be sent out. So those are some of the items, although there's no immediate health risk regarding acute health risk regarding the public water system, standard template still has to be unified in terms of what goes out to the notice of violations. I hope that addresses the amount of notice of violations questions that you had questioned on. The second item was on there that you had mentioned.
Really quick with that, yes, that you mentioned, because I did pull up the violations, and it kind of ties into, because you said that the arsenic treatment plant facility whatever it is that helps take the arsenic out of the water wasn't running for a year. Can you also talk about that when you talk about the violations? Because I think that's one of the big ones that's coming down to.
I can definitely speak for the failing scores of the arsenic, because the way that NMED scores their arsenics, so for example, let's just say January, our arsenic treatment system tested below the maximum contamination level. So one would assume that it's treating correctly and we can report that out. But even then, we cannot report that it is appropriately in compliance. And the reason for that is because NMED does their arsenic treatment sampling based on a yearly rolling average. So even though we passed, even though we do have a passing score in January, you still have 3 other scores to account for from the previous rolling averages, which were not passing. And this goes into your question regarding the year and a half. Now, in regards to why the systems were down for over a year and a half, I cannot speak to that just because there is ongoing current litigation on that. If there is something that needs to be discussed behind closed doors, I'd be glad to, if our board approves, to speak to those items with our attorney. We can definitely speak to those items. But I wanted to make sure that that the board understood when there is a score that comes out, it's on a yearly rolling average. So even though we have a passing score right now, it doesn't mean that we're in compliance. So you still have to send out a notice of violation to the public saying that the arsenic levels are in exceedance, even though that they're passing.
Rightfully so.
Yes, sir. But we've been questioning since, well, you're telling us, the confusion that's amongst the public is they're saying, well, you're telling us it's passing. Well, the reason we're telling you it's currently passing, that's the current score without the rolling average included in it. So right now, the test result.
But the current score is what matters.
Yes, exactly.
That's what they're consuming.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to do, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
The current score is that we are passing. However, in terms of compliance.
But the current score is an average, is what you're saying.
For compliance, yes, sir. It's based off of a yearly rolling average, so it's not in compliance when you're looking at it from a compliance standpoint. If you're looking at it as a snapshot right now, it's working, and we are below the MCL level.
Correct, but the overall is still non-compliant.
Yes, sir, because of the way it is graded, and that's for every utility in New Mexico.
Yeah, no, 100%. So basically, the score is not going to change until next year. Because we're going to, as you continually contest, saying that you are in compliance, that average will go down.
Yes, sir, it will go down as our systems are operational now.
But it doesn't get released to the public until that year.
It gets released to the public every quarter. So the first one was taken in January. The second sample was just taken last week in March. So we were waiting for those results that NMED does.
Okay. You can continue. Thank you.
Yes, sir. In regards to the growth, currently right now, Crea, one thing that helps utility companies and entities stay ahead of growth is to have impact fees in place. Another item that is utilized by entities is to make sure that performance or bonds, are in place to build out ahead of development. Crea is heading towards that trajectory. One thing that the public has to understand is that when Crea was formed in around 2010, I may be off by a year or two, okay? It was constructed as more of a smaller utility. Now, Crea, with the growth that is taking place in both in Doña County and in Sunland Park, is now being trajected to we're now considered what we call a medium-sized utility company. And one thing about medium-sized utility companies is that a utility company is not a turnkey operation. And one thing, it takes time, it takes money to develop the infrastructure. So that what we have right now in place is we find ourselves into what has been used as development agreements. So developers are ahead and they have to come into an agreement with Crea in regards to the infrastructure that's built. In regards to the third item, communication with emergency services. As part of our sanitary survey, one of the items that was on there was that Crea had to update an emergency response plan. And in that emergency response plan, Crea had to provide information for most vulnerable areas, that being the elderly, that being daycare locations. And so we've updated our emergency response plans to include that information. One other item that we are utilizing now, as we learned in November, which was the previous emergency response plan, was not fully utilizing the capabilities that also that the county has. One of the items that is on there is regarding the emergency response plan here at Doña County, where we're able to utilize the services that you guys have to make sure that the public is informed through a mass texting system. And we're very grateful for the services that the county helps Crea in collaboration with the emergencies communication. Regarding the potable water, I can safely say that the water is potable. Reason I say that is because it is governed by tests that get reported to the state. That test includes sanitation of the water scores. That test includes bacterial T samples in terms of what's in the water. That test also includes other items like lead and copper samples that go out to the state to get tested. This is what we are governed by, and this is what all water utility companies are governed by. Now, is there issues with discoloration that occur? Yes, there is. But if you look around in reports and around other communities, discoloration does take place when you have naturally occurring sediments like iron and manganese are in the water. Now, I can say that we did have one accelerated situation when one of our water tanks dropped below when one of the sensors malfunctioned and where the water dropped below a low level, which induced water as I presented in my presentation. Crea is addressing those items on a case-by-case basis. As individuals call, we log it, and we go ahead and address those situations on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. Thank you for addressing those. Although I do want to bring it back to actually, I'll let another commissioner go for a little while if anyone else has any other questions while I process this. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had indicated that you're performing training with your employees on, I think you were talking on some of the various operations.
If you could repeat that portion, please, Commissioner Sanchez.
You said earlier that you had been, as part of your plan, had been working through training of your employees.
Yes, sir.
Why was training being done after the fact instead of earlier? I guess I don't understand. And I'll tell you why, and then I'll kind of let you follow. But I see you talk on training. Right now, you just responded about sediment because a sensor failed at a various point, and so you don't know about it until you get calls from people. It sure seems like, and look, I've never worked in a utility, but it sure seems like a lot of these things are nuts and bolts items in operations. You do PMs on various sensors that could fail, the tank being one, filtration, another one. Your training logs for your employees, where you know it's critical that they understand how to use systems. Your SOPs. I don't know what, I don't know what may have gone on in the whole history of Crea, just because I only served 1 year on the board of Crea back in 2020. So I don't know the full scale of that. But I guess I understand, what do we do? You said, I hear, like I said, you're trying to address things, but I don't hear or see where, I'd love to understand more, what you're doing on training. I'd love to see what you're doing on preventive maintenance to prevent failures on critical sensors. I guess I'm trying to understand, because I think it's clear from these residents that are here, as I think the chairman had said, there's no trust in Crea. And I understand where they're coming from. And I understand where you're having to come in and work on building that trust again. And so, when you have these cases, and I said, you can say I'm just armchair quarterbacking it here. But right now, whether there is, a failure that happens or any of that, it's like right now these are all things that need to be addressed. And when you talk growth, I know that affects the county because, we'd love to, we are working on continuing to try to build the Santa Teresa area. And one of the critical parts, every time we have an IRB or a zoning change or any of those hearings that comes through our community development, it relies on input from Crea. But I have concerns whether or not if we're not addressing the existing customer base, how can we continue to grow? And how can we continue to attract people to our area without understanding the basics here and the fundamentals are being done? And I hope you can help me understand, like I said, why training wasn't done. What are we doing now to address that? How are you working on improving your preventive maintenance processes moving forward? And how are you addressing your SOPs as they come up?
Chairman Hernandez and members of the commission, I wanted to address the first question regarding the training and the SOPs. Now, as a deputy director or as assistant director when I was there, my responsibilities were limited to overseeing the grants that were coming in, as well as looking at our meters, doing it. We were upgrading to a third generation of meters. So in that process, that is our cash flow that comes in regarding the meters. And my objective was to train our staff regarding that area. However, in terms of operational control, it was not until January 2024 that I assumed that position and those responsibilities. So in regarding to the trainings and the SOPs that happened prior to, I cannot answer for that. What I can answer for is that in January of 2024, that is one of the priorities that I put in place to address training and the professional staff that we have picked up, both through consultation and in-house. We are doing those trainings and we are placing those SOPs. Not only are we doing them ourselves, but we are getting information from our engineers as well as collaboration from the local compliance office at NMED to make sure that those SOPs are in line with what they are looking for as well. The second item that I wanted to discuss was regarding the information where you said, and I'm paraphrasing here, was why were these systems not in place to get notified? About 2 weeks ago, I went before the board and I had mentioned these are the critical items that we are going to need to make sure that our community is safe, to make sure that our employees are safe, and that they're knowledgeable regarding what is taking place with the utility system. Over $2.5 million were pulled from our reserves to make sure that these technologies were put in place and now what I'm talking about is the supervisory control, which is known as
Talking
SCADA.
about the SCADA that you're saying, it's basically, it's just an internal electronic notification.
Yes, sir.
Which is, I understand, great. But like I said, if your nuts and bolts are there where you're doing your testing and identifying certain requirements, the SCADA, I mean, is a, that's a great leading indicator. But if you're doing all the necessary items, the fundamentals of it, should you not have already been catching it rather than relying on an electronic sensor to tell you something's wrong?
Electronic sensor will give you a quicker response time if it's in the middle of the night. Crew is not 24/7, so in the middle of the night is a critical item that we do need. And you are correct. If items are in place and SOPs are in place, it does help. However, we cannot account for those times where there is nobody on the clock. And as I had mentioned previously, is that I can only account for when I assumed as a director role and starting in January 2024, and that to make sure that those items are in place. Was there another question regarding that? Because I was going to go to the next item.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. The third item that you had mentioned on there was regarding the community trust. And I agree with you. Once trust is lost, it takes a long time to rebuild it. And one of those items that we've heard from our community. We've heard in the meetings what they have told us. They've told us Number one, we didn't even know. Your website didn't put any information out. There was nothing on social media where we look at to make sure that we have information so that the public is aware. So one of the things that we did and that our board tasked me with is that we secured a public information officer. And since that time that we secured a public information officer, there was more updates that have been going out to the community. For example, when there is discolored water that takes place and we get repeated calls, we quickly update our website and as well as our Facebook to notify that there is a discolored water, and we provide instructions to the community. The second item that I wanted to discuss on there was regarding water line breaks. When water line breaks do occur, we also notify the public as well, and to make sure that the community is aware that because a water line break is occurring, that could cause discoloration on there as well. So we're making sure that we're doing our best to stay communicating both on Facebook as well as with online. And we are looking into other avenues to utilizing our internal database and securing a software company to make sure that we internally can also send out notifications to those areas that are affected. Those are the three items that I had. If I missed any, please let me know.
I think, like I said, it somewhat, at least I think it somewhat helps. I just, understanding where the county is only one piece of the JPA. And so I think going back to, updates on what's going on, we're probably, I think, 4 months in since the initial issues were identified. And so I would love for us as a board to have more updates to understand what's going on. And I think in addition, I'd love to understand, while I know, we have Commissioner Chaparro and Vice Chair Murillo on the board, I would like to understand, you brought up kind of the growth and or at least the projects that you had earlier for capital projects, but I would like to understand, how is it that the county can help support Crea? I mean, right now, I know we provide a lot of the backroom operations for Crea, but when it comes to helping you all deliver fresh or clean water to the residents, what else can we do from a county perspective, from the commission, so that we can start to understand better how we plan for the future? Because, like I said earlier, this county, the southern part of the county, doesn't thrive without Crea, or a water utility that can deliver clean water. And so it's absolutely important, I think, for us to understand because you guys have seen an incredible amount of growth, whether that's in Sunland Park or the Santa Teresa industrial area. And so that's why I say I would love for us to understand, and you don't have to have the answer here right now, but I would love to understand how it is that the county can better partner with Crea and help with that vision of how do we, they said, restoring the public trust and helping with that growth. Because I think it's absolutely important that we're communicated with, because I think, like I said, we know we just approved the JPA that with some of those changes, I know we're going to be working on trying to have that makeup of the board will change up a little bit to have a more technical face to it. And so, but what else can we do? And that's what I would love to understand, because I think it is important that, we're a partner with Crea, with the city of Sunland Park, but it is absolutely important that we're helping with your all's mission here.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I thought you were done. And I'm so glad you said that, Commissioner, because I think that we as county commissioners should be involved in helping our water utility in the southern part of the county. It's very important. It's something that in the last couple of years, it's an ongoing challenge. And the good thing about this commission is we have 3 commissioners that have sat on the board before. We have Commissioner Sanchez, who has been on the Crea board before. We have Commissioner Murillo, who is on the Crea board at present, and myself, who is on the Crea board at present. So 3 of us have working knowledge of Crea. Commissioner Sanchez, I don't remember what year you were on the Crea board. Was it 2020?
I think 2020.
2020. And so we have that historical knowledge coming from Commissioner Sanchez that can help at least me as a newer board member and as a new Crea member move forward. So I think what you're saying is absolutely positive, and I agree with you. But we do need help from the county, and we also need help from Sunland Park in moving together with Crea to help these residents that have come before the Crea board. But it's going to take all of us working together. So thank you for those suggestions, Commissioner. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. I have two more questions. Question number one is, can you talk about your employee, or how many open positions do you have in Crea right now? And what are your plans to fill them?
Off the top of my head, I believe there's around 5 operations positions that are open, 5 or 6 operations positions that are open. What we're currently doing is that those positions we're taking in applications, and we're also currently going through interviews. I just finished going through a vital interview, which was for an operations manager to assist with Crea's operational needs. And that position has been vacant for approximately, since I got there, over a year and a half. And that is a vital position. As I stated in my presentation, is that operators are hard to come by in regards to the water system. So one thing that we do have to do, and I'll be discussing with our board, is to look into other avenues to be more approachable regarding being competitive with the surrounding areas.
Okay. So you're at 5 vacancies right now?
5 to 6 vacancies in regards to operations. In terms of administration, I believe there's a total of around 3 or 4 vacancies. I have created a position that we are going to be needing, which is a meter specialist. There was no current position available currently at the county, so I did have to write that position out in terms of what it was going to be. And there are other positions that I'm looking at to present to the board to make sure that we are fulfilling the needs that we need to administratively as well as operationally.
Okay. And what does the county do? And I do see we have our ACM Weir here. I don't see Meg at the moment, but what is the county doing? Is there anything that we can do to help assist them fill these roles? 5, 6, 7, 8 roles? Is that, what can we do? Because I feel like staffing can help monitor this better.
Mr. Chairman, Deborah Weir. The county does do the advertising for the recruitment process, and they do the screening for the minimum qualifications. Crea has similar policies and procedures in place for what the recruitment process and selection process is. So yes, we can continue to work with Crea on expanding our base, and there have been conversations in the past about coordinating with the city of Las Cruces for the program they have to help develop water and wastewater operators.
Okay. So right now we're just at those 8 positions open?
I believe they have, like JC said, the 5 operator positions, a couple laborer positions, and some administrative positions. So I think their overall vacancy is about a dozen.
A dozen. Okay. Well, hopefully we can help assist them in getting that done. And then I did get on and I looked at the CCR, and I see that you have 2020 and 2022. And just going over them, it does have the violations of the arsenic for the full year. So for 2020, from January 1st to December 31st, you had the above the limit, or yeah, for contamination for arsenic. And your solution was Crea is currently working with contracted engineers to design an arsenic treatment plant for the border that would address the only issue remaining for the Crea water utility. That was 2020. 2022, same thing, January 1 through December 31st of 2022, above the limit for contamination of arsenic. Crea and its board has awarded the contract to the contractor to complete the construction of the new arsenic system and hope to have it completed and operational by the end of 2020, 2. So is this the treatment plant that was offline for a year and a half?
That one that you're referring to, Chairman Hernandez, is regarding the border arsenic treatment facility. So that one, I believe, had just been put online in September, at the end of September of 2023. If you're referring to the border one that was being newly constructed. So prior to that, there was no treatment facility installed. That is a new treatment facility that has just gotten installed. That is our 4th arsenic treatment facility.
Okay, and that's fully operational?
Yes, sir, it's fully operational.
And what areas of Crea is that helping?
That takes care of the border region area. As far as the map, I would have to get you the information, but it's mainly the border, the Santa Teresa or Doña County portion of the border, and perhaps portions of the industrial area, but I would need to get a map to verify that, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And then any other commissioners have any comments? Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, JC, for letting us grow you. We appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
How long does it take to actually get somebody hired, and how long have you been short?
We have been short since I have been there, about a year and a half. We've been short.
Right.
As far as getting personnel hired, we typically have to repost. So let's just say we put it up for 14 days. We typically have to repost because there's not qualified applicants. And what I mean by qualified, that they don't have the proper certifications to apply for that position. That is perhaps the most vital. Reason being is that there is certain infrastructure that can only be touched by a certified operator, or if there are samplings that are being taken, certain samples can only be taken by a certified
Do you have any
operator.
problem with us paying them enough to recruit?
Yes, sir. That is certainly one of the areas that we're having challenges in terms of difficulty with payment. But we are bringing to our board. We did get a most recent increase through cost of living adjustment, I believe about 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And what we are doing currently with the hired consultant that we picked up was to ensure that we have a plan in place to make sure that we are motivating our operators to get their certifications at a faster rate. And so what we're including is an incentive package that provides a percentage increase.
Yeah.
That study is still being done, and I look forward to presenting within the next 3 to 4 months so that we can be a little more competitive. And then one last thing that I want to remind the board is that we are at the edge of we're at the border area. Our closest school to us is here in Las Cruces. So even if we remain competitive in terms of meeting what the county meets, you still got to drive 45 minutes down there. So it's going to take a little bit more for us to be competitive. Another item that we have is Western Tech. That's in El Paso. We need to engage with Western Tech and outreach to them as well to get some of their students in our area. Of course, it goes again, they're certified in Texas, not in New Mexico, so there is a different process for getting those certifications transferred over.
The reason I ask these questions because I'm actually been the chair of the board for MRVDA for 2 years, and we've been running short as well. And we did a couple of things as we changed our hiring process. And was number one, where it was actually, we were posting a job in like June, and we close it in December, and we get over 200 applicants, but by the time it took 6 months to close the job, we only had like 3 people that were still available. So we cut our time in hiring down from posting for open posting basically. And as soon as we got enough people, like 5 or 6 to make up a class to hire, then we went out and started interviewing and bringing them in. And we keep that posting open pretty much all the time until we get staffed up. We've typically ran quite short too, in the 35, 40%, but now we're getting close to being about 20% short with some new procedures that we put in over the last year. So just a recommendation, you might want to consider the way you're posting, number one. Number two, the other thing that we had to do at MRVDA was we actually had to increase the pay to make it more competitive for the first level pay. I think we jumped it maybe as much as $5 just to be competitive, and it's really changed our ability also to attract people and keep them. So those might be 2 things you might consider. And I didn't know, are we the only one that helps you recruit, or does Sunland Park do that as well?
All of our HR services go through the county through contract, sir.
Okay, all right. So basically, it's you have to work with them, I guess, to see if you can change some of our procedures in order to meet your necessary requirements. It's really, I know how hard it is to run an organization understaffed, and that may be, as time goes on, that may be some of the problems that we're having there. And thank you for that. I also want to say thank you to Commissioner Sanchez and Commissioner Salazar Hernandez for asking many of the questions and bringing up many of the issues that I had concerns about. We need a plan. I mean, because I can tell you that we are laying a lot of money and a lot of opportunity on what's going on down in the southern part of the county. And so we cannot afford to fail. You cannot afford to fail. We cannot afford to let you fail. So you need to make sure that this board, is well aware of what your requirements are for us to make sure you succeed. And because like they said, where you go, we go. And if you don't do it correctly, these people aren't served properly. We have a lot of risk as a county. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With that being said, and knowing that this is going on, I would also recommend that we do have a closed session to discuss this matter in much further detail. If we can please get that scheduled, I'll leave it to you two gentlemen to help facilitate that conversation.
Mr. Chair, I have 2 questions.
Yes, Vice Chair Murillo.
Mr. Crosby, I have 2 questions. The first one is, in the past, is there any reports in the past where the state came, if there was a violation, if they was it resolved that they come back and checked in past years? Do you have any reports of that?
I have one report that I received from NMED regarding a 2019, take it back. I just received a 2019 violation, for whatever reason, did not get processed. And I am addressing that notice of violation currently. And what that notice of violation was at the border water tank, it did not get inspected. Every 5 years, our water tank systems must get inspected. And what that entails is a dive inspection or also a rover inspection where a robot goes in and to inspect a tank. So we've already secured an engineering firm, TIC, to make sure that we are taking care of that 2019 violation that did not get addressed.
So that was 4 years ago? You said that they addressed it early? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. We received it during the 2023 sanitary survey. It was brought to my attention that that item had not gotten done.
Second question. Will you have a new board and coming in, and what does it consist of? Like, what members are going to come in? You're going to have a new Crea board, is that correct? And if you can explain who will be in that Crea board.
Yes, ma'am. To my knowledge from reading the JPA, it is still currently in the hands of our regulatory agency, the DFA. It will consist of 1 member from the county elected official and 1 member from the city elected official. It'll include 1 member at large, and the rest will be representatives of the field, being engineers or water operators.
Thank you. That's all.
Mr. Chair, just to wrap up really quickly, if I may.
Commissioner Tapato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very, very quickly for the members of the public, just for information purposes, this year after the situation was had in the Santa Teresa Sunland Park area, a team of experts was brought in. Mr. Lopez is now in charge of operations. He is an engineer by trade, water utilities expert. Mr. Robert Garza, who is a former water utilities expert from the city of Las Cruces and also a civil engineer. We have our PIO, Mr. Udal Vigil, and of course our interim director, Mr. J.C. Crosby. And I know that they are speaking every day, trying to address issues very quickly, but I welcome the opportunity to have a closed session on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so, and then just to kind of wrap up, I don't know if any other commissioner has something to say as well. I see Commissioner Reynolds. I would highly recommend that we figure out in the interim, since we keep having these little hiccups in water quality, that we get with Mr. Steven Lopez with OEM and figure out how to get people clean water when it happens on the instant. I know that Steven probably has pallets of water ready to go, but there needs to be confidence restored. And until that's done, it's just kind of a no-go nonstop for me that we need to figure this out. So hopefully we get some answers during that closed session that we can start to help facilitate those conversations. And then just an update, do we have an update on the JPA? The current board is still in charge until that JPA is signed. So do we have an update of when that JPA is going to be signed? I mean, session's been over for quite a bit. I know that was the reason why now, but we're...
No, technically, both the city and the county have signed the JPA. What it's
Correct,
waiting is the review from DFA.
The JPA does not go into effect, neither does a new board makeup until the JPA is signed by DFA.
Is approved by
Yes.
DFA.
And do we have an idea of when that's going to be?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Take us home, sir.
Thank you. I've got a really quick question I forgot. I noticed that we had just approved a 1 million gallon tank, and I thought there was a discussion about the 2 million gallon tank as being required for the growth down there. Can you tell me why we went to the 1 million gallon tank instead of the 2 million gallon tank?
I'm sorry, but you can repeat the question.
Okay, we just approved in our vote a little while ago, you getting a 1 million gallon tank, water tank installed down in Santa Teresa area. And I know that there was a discussion about whether we needed a 1 million gallon tank or a 2 million gallon tank. And I'm wondering why we didn't go to the 2 million gallon tank with the anticipated growth we've been talking about down in Santa Teresa. Because I know that that's a real problem in the industrial area. I'm really concerned that we're going to have enough water to service the growth down there.
Chairman Hernandez, members of the commission, Commissioner Reynolds, regarding the 1 million gallon tank, that's the only item that has been approved by the Border Authority. Back, I believe in December, during the legislative process, I went before the Border Authority to request a 2 million gallon tank. My predecessor went in, had spoken to them prior to that and requested the 1 million gallon tank, and that's what was approved. The reason I went back is because our most recent wastewater master plan indicated in that particular area, it was in need of a 2 million gallon tank.
Yeah, that's
So
what I
I
thought.
was under the understanding that the funding was there for a 2 million gallon elevated tank, and I went back. The motion did not pass. The only thing that we have in place currently is the 1 million gallon tank.
Okay, so tell me what your plan is in order to get from 1 million to 2 million. Are we going to need a second tank? Or are we going to hold up the 1 million until we get approval for the 2 million? What's your plan on that? Because I still don't believe the 1 million gallon tank is going to be adequate.
Based on the information, what my engineers have told me, the 1 million gallon tank would be sufficient just for a temporary being. As growth continues, a 2 million gallon tank is required in that area. Plan for that is to continue to seek funding through grants, via grants, or in some cases, looking at bonding to look at those areas. I know right now that's barely a new item that's coming up. Reason being is that the extension of the JPA will allow us to go out for bonds to look at that. Secondly is also to look at impact fees is certainly another way. I'll be discussing with our engineering team as well as our board to see which options would be best available to make sure that we stay ahead of the growth.
All right, please let this board know if there's anything we can do to assist in that, because I recognize the risk and the need personally for us getting that done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
It's just a point of clarification. JC, you talked about the wastewater assessment driving the need for a larger water tank. I don't understand the connection. If you can explain how a wastewater assessment would drive the need for a larger tank.
I'm sorry, I may have misspoken. Our water master plan addressed the need for a 2 million gallon water tank, not wastewater master plan, a water master plan.
Okay. So now, if I recall, I did tune in to that Border Authority meeting. I think the board had indicated concern around the need to address wastewater along with the water tank. And I think that was what was concerned, is that your plan only takes into account a 1 million, looking at a 1 million gallon tank. but the plan to go to 2 million was not even updated. And I think that was what was the concern that was expressed by the border authority, was that nowhere was the assessment done for that you all could handle, or there was going to be the ability for wastewater. So maybe I misinterpreted, but I think that was part of the concerns that were raised when they chose not to approve from going from 1 million to a 2 million water tank. And I think, so help me understand, that's the way I understood. I was just an observer to the meeting, so I was curious if that's what your take was, but that's what I heard, that their concerns.
Chairman Hernandez and members of the commission, I wanted to address your first question, Mr. Sanchez, and that was being the wastewater plan. Currently, the development that is what we recognize as the West Mesa wastewater treatment facility, which is along Pete Dominici, that wastewater treatment plant is only using 30% of its capacity. Okay, with that being said, being 30% of the capacity, there is prior agreements that were in place that were existing through agreements where a portion of a developer had paid his portion to build. Now that development has gone belly up and those have been sold, those wastewater capacities have been sold. However, the fact of the matter is, as we stand here today, only 30% of that is being utilized. And the second item regarding the water, when I was there before the border authority, the information that I had received when the motion went up to get approved is the reason that didn't pass is because that board still wanted more information due to ongoing issues that were taking place at Crea, which we've just finished explaining. That is the reason why they had notified me that they still wanted more information. That is the reason that I have when I presented.
Okay, and like I said, maybe I misinterpreted the discussion. I'll have to go back and maybe watch that meeting to see where I missed or misunderstood. But like I said, I just wanted to get that clarity because I know as Commissioner Reynolds had noted, you know, trying to go from 1 million to 2 million and it wasn't approved by the border authority and understanding why that was. Just wanted to get clarity on that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, I think we do have some next steps, so we'll definitely see you at our closed session.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I have been asked to break for a break and lunch. So we will take 30 minutes, Commissioners. Is that okay? 30 minutes, which will bring us at 1:42. We will be reconvening at 1:42. Manuel. We're coming back from our break, and it is 1:51 p.m. Welcome. Thank you for coming back. Next, we do have the approval of the minutes from the meeting on March 26th. So moved.
I move to approve the minutes.
Second, we have a motion by Commissioner Chapato, a second by myself. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds? Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. Minutes are approved. Moving on to hearings and ordinances, we have an appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission approving a zone change on a 64.89 acre parcel for a housing development in Mesquite, New Mexico, south of Las Cruces. We have our Community Development Director, Ms. Amesworth. Ms. Amesworth, if you'll raise your hand for me, please. Do you promise to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
While we're waiting for that PowerPoint presentation, this is an appeal to a zone change that was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission on February 8th. And the request is to rezone a parcel of property from R5 and T2 to D1 to allow 1 acre lots. The current zoning would allow for 2 acre lots. So the property owner is Sleeping Joseph LLC. Their agent is Paul Pompeo with Sauter Miller and Associates. The appellant is Yashana Parco, who is a resident of the area. The subject property is located on Glen Grove in Mesquite. And as I mentioned, the item did go before the Planning and Zoning Commission on February 8th and was approved. The access to the property is off of Highway 478. This is the subject property right here along 478, and it's these 2 large parcels here in gray. You can see the proposed subdivision with the 1 acre lots here. Currently, it's some agricultural land, fields. There is a dairy that has been in existence for several decades, and it's here adjacent to the subject property. Surrounding zoning, there is T2 and there is also D1 in the area. There were 13 letters of notification that were mailed. 2 letters of opposition were received. When the case went before the P&Z, there were 5 letters of opposition received, and there is also a petition with 120 signatures, which is in your packet. That was received prior to the Planning and Zoning Commission. The 2 letters of opposition that were received were letters that were just resent from prior letters that were received. Legal ads were placed and signs posted on the property, and the agenda was posted as required. These are photos of the property with the notification signs as posted. This is showing the notification area you can see here in red. So applicable policies, of course, the Unified Development Code, the general notice requirements, zone change, decisional criteria, and appeals from RUDC. So these are just more photographs of the property. And this is from Glen Groves Road. And then opposite on the highway. So staff does recommend that the BOCC, acting as the Board of Appeals, uphold the decision of the P&Z and deny the appeal based on the findings of fact, staff analysis, agency comments, and grant approval of case number Z24011, a zone change on a 31.87 acre parcel in an R5 and T2 zone to D1. Staff analysis, the property is of course in the unincorporated area. The request is consistent with the requirements of the Unified Development Code. The zone change does satisfy the decisional criteria for a zone change in that the zone change is appropriate and reasonably necessary to protect the public interest. Staff acknowledges that there is a need to cover and perfect a previous defective ordinance or to correct mistakes or injustices therein. Currently, the T2 and R5 zone only allows for a minimum of 2 acres and 5 acres respectively. The zone change is appropriate as it's compatible with the surrounding area. It is not considered a spot zoning as there is other D1 in the area, and you can see that there is a transition from rural to residential lots. The zone change would not be in significant conflict with goals or actions of the comprehensive plan, and those are listed there on the presentation. So pursuant to section 350-216, the Board of Appeals may approve or reverse the decision of the P&Z or make modifications. And so again, staff recommends that the BOCC uphold the approval of the P&Z on the zone change for case number C24001. And with that, I will stand for any questions. The appellant is here to also present their case as well as the property owner's agent.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any comments or questions for Ms. Ainsworth?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ainsworth, which water utility is serving this area? If you can prompt me, I can't quite remember right now.
I do know, Lower Rio Grande. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board for Ms. Ainsworth before we hear from people? Seeing none, thank you. If we have any more questions, we'll definitely call on you. Okay, we'll hear the appellant first. Come on up, sir. Sir, if you'll raise your right hand and state your name for me.
My name is Yasha Naparko.
Mr. Parker, do you promise to tell the whole truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to come here before you and present this information. Since the decision was rendered by the Planning and Zoning Committee back in February.
Mr. Chair, I can't hear him.
If you'll continue or start over again, sir, please.
I'm sorry. Since the decision was rendered by the Planning and Zoning Commission back in February of this year, I've had the opportunity to meet with several of my neighbors and folks that live in the area, many of which have been there for lots of years. Myself, my family, 22 years. We've got folks in the area that have been there much longer than that. So I put together a presentation which I hope will help communicate to you what the concerns are and why we feel that this is not the best course of action at this time as far as approving this zoning change. So hopefully you can see on the screen there, I've provided what I consider to be a 10,000-foot view of the area. And marked in the 2 blue circles, you'll see the community of Vado. And then down into the bottom right, you'll see the community of Barreno. And in case you weren't aware, I wanted to let you know that there are 2 subdivisions currently under construction. One would be marked with the letter A, that is at the Vado exit. That is a relatively large subdivision, probably in the neighborhood of 15 acres. There's a much larger subdivision also in progress where Barreno Road meets the frontage road, and that's marked as subdivision B. And that subdivision is probably in the neighborhood of 60 or 70 acres. It's a very large subdivision. So there's already two large subdivisions in progress in this area. I'd also like to point out the parcel that's in the magenta color. That is the parcel that is up for discussion today. You'll notice that it's approximately 2 miles from Vado. And if you look at the surrounding areas, you can see that it's all agricultural. You see dairies, you see orchards, you see alfalfa fields, you see sorghum, you see triticale, you see farming operations. So I would just like for you to keep that image in your mind as we move forward through the slides, how this parcel stands alone in a sea of agricultural activity. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, so what I presented here is a zoomed-in view of the area in question, and that would be roughly in the center of your screen, outlined and colored in red, and you'll see that there's approximately 32 acres that are currently in alfalfa, and another 33 acres that comprise a beautiful pecan orchard. You notice around this particular parcel, it's all agricultural. You see a giant pecan orchard, it'd be to my left, I guess to your left on the screen, which would be west. That's a large orchard. Then you see the river, the Rio Grande River on the west side of that is also agricultural. I'd also like to note that there is a wastewater treatment plant marked in yellow on the west side of the Rio Grande, approximately 800 yards from the parcel in question. Looking to the right of this parcel, you'll see an area that I've denoted 85 acres where dairy washdown water is applied. And for those of you who may not be familiar with dairy washdown water, it contains the urine and the feces from the dairy cattle, and it is applied to these fields not only for water but for fertilizer. And as a resident of this area for 22 years, I can assure you that you know when it's being applied. So I'd like to point out the proximity of that 85 acres to this parcel in question and ask you the question, if you move out of the city and you buy a lot in this subdivision and suddenly 85 acres is covered in washdown water, are you going to be happy with your purchase? Also, there's a feed yard or a feed pen that I've noted there in blue, which is less than 100 yards from this particular parcel that's up for question. That feed pen consists of dairy cattle and small calves that are being fed before they can be moved into the main operation. Once again, you have all the typical things that come along with that. You have flies, you have the smell, you have the dust, and you note how close that is. So if you just bought your house out in the country on this nice new subdivision, and suddenly it's feeding time at the feeding pen, how are you going to feel about that? Going further east, you'll see that there's a very large portion dedicated to a dairy operation. And it goes without saying that there's dust and flies and other things that come along with that. And that dairy has been there for many, many years. Moving to the north, which would be up on your screen, you'll see 5-acre lot minimum size and 2.5-acre lots denoted in purple, and then a small acreage that has been heavily populated over the years. I might add that that was not zoned appropriately and has been a point of contention for many years, the way that that was subdivided. So please keep that in mind as well. That is not a legally subdivided or was not legally subdivided at the time into the lot sizes that are now at that property. The orange arrows are the last things I'd like to point out to your attention, and that signifies that the agricultural land pretty much continues in every direction from here, south, north, east, and west. So this parcel that's up for consideration today really is an island, if you will, in the sea of agricultural land. So, moving on to the next slide, these are some of the concerns that I'd like to bring to your attention. Starting with the environmental impact. It's been stated in the past, and it was stated at the hearing back in February, that the lots and the houses on this property would be serviced by septic tanks. However, if you'll recall, there's been many, many millions of dollars spent to upgrade the wastewater collection system in this area. However, it is now operating over capacity, and there, in the community of Vado itself, there are actual diesel pusher pumps that operate 24 hours a day to move sewage between the various lift stations. So the wastewater collection system is over capacity and not available. So now it's been stated that septic tanks are acceptable. And I hope you'll appreciate the irony in the fact that there'll be 50 septic tanks concentrated into such a small area. Keep in mind also that there's a shallow aquifer there because we're very close to the river channel. In fact, the depth of the water table there is 13 feet. So these septic tanks in close proximity to the shallow aquifer is going to be a bad combination, environmentally speaking. And again, I'd like to call your attention to the amount of money and the effort's been spent on the wastewater treatment and collection system, which is already over capacity. We also have concerns with drainage, ponding, and flood mitigation because we are in the river basin or on the river plain. There's a high content of clay in the soil, so the water does not drain thoroughly, so we have issues with that. There's also health risks that come along with this, and I've noted several of those here in the form of airborne pollutants. That would be dust, pollen, engine exhaust from farm equipment and irrigation wells. You've got chemicals being applied as part of routine agricultural operations that can include herbicides, pesticides, fertilizers. You've got a multitude of insects that come out at various times of the year, flies, mosquitoes, gnats. Of course, the usual vermin that reside in an area such as this. Objectionable smells that come from the animal waste and the 85 acres that I mentioned previously with the washdown water. You've got smoke from clearing and burning of branches in the pecan orchards, as well as burning garbage and other things. And then noise. Noise is also a concern due to the harvesting equipment, operation of irrigation engines without mufflers. You've got crop dusters. And it's also worth noting there's train tracks that pass within 50 yards of this parcel, and there's trains up and down the tracks 24/7. Lastly, on this slide would be the location. As I've mentioned many times already, this is a predominantly rural/agricultural area. Keep in mind, once again, 85 acres adjoining this parcel are watered frequently and regularly with dairy effluent. You've also got the flood risk because of your proximity to the river channel. Last but not least would be the isolation from emergency response centers. Most of the ones in this particular area are either volunteer-based or it takes a significant response time. As an example of this, last week when my family was coming home, there was a trailer or mobile home in Vado that caught fire. And before the fire department could respond, that the home was considered a total loss. So how will those things be taken into account for a subdivision of this size with this number of homes? And one item that I neglected to mention here is schools. Schools in the area are already operating over capacity. We've got mobile buildings, mobile classrooms set up outside of the schools in Vado and the ones near Anthony. So that needs to be taken into account as well. I'd like to step now into the specifics related to the Unified Development Code and Plan 2040, where I feel like there are some strong contradictions and violations with the way in which this case was approached initially. One of which I've touched on already is potential water and sewer needs. And after the discussion that has been held here previously with Crea, I think this should really hit home for everyone here. There's no data been provided showing the current capacity and the growth constraints for the Lower Rio Grande Public Water Works Authority. They will be the folks that supply water to this. And after having listened to the discussions on Crea, it definitely should give cause for pause when you've got this many homes moving into an area. And as I've mentioned previously, the current wastewater system is operating well above capacity. So much so that there are auxiliary pumps now running 24 hours a day beside the road. Section G of UDC Section 350-202B talks about existing infrastructure capacities and the ability of existing systems to accommodate new development. This follows on with my previous statement, no data provided to show the capacity and limitations for the public water or public utilities services. No study or no data that I'm aware of has been presented from El Paso Electric regarding their transmission and distribution capacities and limitations. No data has been provided from Zia Natural Gas to show their distribution capacity and limitations. So are you going to have all these homes on propane tanks? I think that constitutes a pretty major safety hazard if you've got 50 propane tanks clustered into a subdivision such as this. And in the unforeseen circumstance where if a fire were to start, that's a lot of propane in a fairly small area. Also, I'd like to point out that there's no fiber optic or wideband data access in the area. You simply have a patchwork of wireless internet service providers or expensive satellite internet service providers, neither of which are very reliable and very useful. And also, as far as cell phone coverage, you have spotty 4G coverage and no 5G coverage whatsoever. So if you've got folks moving out here that are going to be doing their studies or have children that are in school that need to be online doing their classwork, they're going to have potential connectivity issues and data issues. Section I is the impact of the proposed zone change on surrounding properties. As I've mentioned several times already, surrounding properties are primarily agricultural, and they will be negatively impacted by the conversion of this 65 acres of fertile farmland to subdivided lots. Section 2, the cost of land or other economic considerations pertaining to the applicant shall not be the sole determining factor for a zone change. I would like to mention that during the discussion that occurred in February of this year, the applicant stated categorically that his goal was to recoup costs of a bad investment by subdividing the land and selling off the lots. And I would say that that statement directly conflicts with the requirement in the UDC. Essentially, there's only one individual who's going to benefit from this financially. Section 3, stability of the land use and zoning is desirable. Therefore, the applicant shall provide sound justification for the zone change. The burden is on the applicant to show why the zone change should be made. And I still, to this day, will say the applicant has made no valid justification for subdividing and taking 65 acres of fertile farmland out of production, especially when it's surrounded by nothing but agricultural property. Section 4, proposed zone change should not be in significant conflict with the comprehensive plan or other adopted and approved county plans. So this goes back to Plan 2040. To quote out of Plan 2040 on page 62, it states, the county should preserve both its agricultural heritage in aesthetics terms and crops, economic value in business terms. This proposed zoning change violates both of those statements by destroying 65 acres of productive farmland, again, 33 acres with pecans and 32 acres of alfalfa. Also on page 62, quote, one of the most uniform desires expressed throughout the public engagement process was to preserve the existing farmland. I don't think it's too hard to argue that this does not do that. This does nothing to preserve the agricultural character in the farmland. Section 10A, the change will clearly facilitate realization of the comprehensive plan. This proposed zoning change and subdivision is counter to several aspects of the comprehensive plan. Namely, it does not preserve the rural, low-intensity character of the area. Inadequate attention has been given to flooding and hydrology studies. It is not a beneficial use of the water supply and other resources. It does not demonstrate effective stewardship and preservation of agricultural lands, which again is one of the premises on which Plan 2040 was put together. Lastly, I think, back up, I'll show you this momentarily. So please focus again on the area in red that's in discussion here in 65 acres, and note how it stands alone as an island in essentially a sea of agricultural land. And then I'd like to call you back to the section 11 where it talks about spot zoning. And I'm sure you all know this, but I'll read it anyway for folks that may not know. Spot zoning is an attempt to wrench a single lot from its environment and give it a new rating that disturbs the tenor of the neighborhood, in which affects only the user of the particular property or a small group of adjoining properties, and is not related to the general plan for the community as a whole, but is primarily for the private interest of the owner of the parcel. Factors to be considered are the disharmony with the surrounding area, the size of the area to be rezoned, and the benefit of the rezoning to the community. So I would say that this is blatantly, this is a blatant disregard for spot zoning and the way this is laid out, with 65 acres situated in the middle of an agricultural area. And there's really only one or two individuals that stand to benefit from this. It's certainly not the folks that live in the area. So I would implore you, the county commissioners, to please take these items in context and think about these things and how it applies to the UDC in Plan 2040 and the negative impacts that could come out of this. And please reverse this decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
I have one question.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
I'm looking at the picture that you provided.
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me? Sorry, I'm looking at the picture you provided, and if you go back to it for a second. Okay, here. I was looking at this, and I noticed you're talking about the red areas where the development's going to happen. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you pointed out the the green areas and the white areas and the blue area, there's an area up here that I can almost hit with a rock.
That is
right here in this corner, top left-hand corner. There's like 20, 25 homes there on less than an acre lot.
That's on Lechuga Road, is that what you're referring to?
Well, yeah, it's right there. It's Polio or Polito or something. Let me look it up again.
That might be Polo Lane in Portillo.
Yeah, I
And
think
that's
it's
the one that's highlighted there in the blue triangle, if you see the purple where it says 2.5 acre lots.
The one I'm looking at is actually, it's Portillo and Polo, yeah.
Right, that's in the small blue triangle. Yes, sir.
Right here.
Correct.
Yeah, so my point is, it's like across 2.5 acres, you got a development here that doesn't meet the 5 acre you're talking about already.
Right.
So I'm not sure how much spot zoning if that one's right there. That's what I'm trying to understand.
That, to my understanding, was illegally subdivided when that was initially put in, and so it was grandfathered in. But that was not legally subdivided into those lots at the time that occurred. That has since taken place.
Okay, so you're saying it's non-conforming, but it's approved? Or
Correct, yes.
Okay, so if it's non-conforming and approved, I don't know how that affects what you're trying to do or what you're saying. I don't know how that makes it a violation of what we're doing.
I wasn't implying that particular aspect of it was a violation. It was simply to point out the relative scale of the size of the parcel that's being considered for rezoning versus the parcel that's there now.
Okay, so I am looking at the map correctly. That's really what I'm asking. So
yes, sir.
This development right in the triangle here is like 2.5 acres away. I know I could do it with a bow and arrow, but I can't probably throw a rock that far.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments, questions, or concerns, Commissioners? Okay. Oh,
Not for the appellant.
okay, perfect.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
What's your name, sir?
Paul Pompeo.
Paul, if you'll raise your hand for me, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Commission. I also have with me the owner of the property would like to say a few words after I finish my presentation. I'm not going to go through my entire presentation that I submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission. There were several items in there that I believe that were discussed and fully vetted during that meeting, but I would like to touch on a few points, Mr. Chairman. First of all, this project, as you've seen from the location map, is located on Highway 475 and Glens Grove Road. We are requesting to rezone from R5 and T2 to D1, and I think that's an important concept here. Some of the discussion, we get lost in the fact that the property is already zoned for homes to be constructed on. We're simply asking for an adjustment in the lot size so as to make it more obtainable for other properties that only want to have 1 acre of size but still yet live in the valley. Let's see. The proposed layout here, this is just a sketch plan layout. We're proposing to have 50 lots, whereas 22 would be allowed under the current zoning now. The reason I want to point that out is the appellant did present several arguments about the land uses and the agriculture uses and things of that nature. I myself grew up in the South Valley when I was a child. My parents could only afford a 1 acre lot, and it was a great life, and they certainly enjoyed it. And what this application does is serve to allow others to enjoy that same benefit. A lot of people do want to live in the valley, but more than 1 acre of land is a lot to take care of, and it is a farming operation. They would like to be able to enjoy that tranquilness being in the valley, but not have an overburdensome size land to enjoy. Also, I would like to point out on the property to the south, there is a pecan orchard there. It is the intent of the developer to work around the trees by spotting the homes in amongst the trees that have to be removed for homes to be built or rows to be constructed, but still live in more of an orchard setting. I'd also like to point out for the Commission's benefit that this application was reviewed by all the staff, and we did receive positive input from all the reviewing agencies. As pointed out before, the community water system will be from Lower Rio Grande. We did have discussions with Lower Rio Grande. It will require water line extensions to this property, but they do have adequate water rights. storage, pressures to take care of delivery of water to this development. Also like to point out that we are proposing to use standard on-lot septic tanks. NMED has reviewed this application and provided a positive input along with recommendations of what has to be met if we do it in that direction. This property lays adjacent to existing force mains that are not accessible from simple gravity flow, and that's why we cannot easily or economically tie into the system, even if there was not overcapacity at this time. I'll end with this slide, just showing the differences between the 22 lots and the 50 lots, the population increase from 54 persons to 135. I'd like to point out that the demographics, I believe this is an important factor here in the Doña County, is that when we allow or we change zoning that allows other groups of people that have the opportunity to live in the South Valley. And I say that by saying that the property will be occupied by single-family residential housing with new residents comprised of various diverse groups based on age, race, ethnicity, gender, marital status, income, education, and employment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have the applicant or the property owner say a few words. That concludes my presentation from a technical aspect, and I would be happy to stand for any questions that this commission might have.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioners, yes. Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Pompeo, I'm a little confused, and I'll tell you why. Because in your analysis by your firm, you indicated on-site, a conventional on-site sewer is what I saw. In the application that I see from our community development, it indicates that it says community sewer. So I'm confused because it sure sounds like from our, I'm looking, and just for reference, I was looking at page 129 of our packet, which it says under the request, the zone change was going to be going from R5 and T2 to D1, and it says to construct housing development with 50 homes where minimum lot size is 6,000 square feet or 1 acre with community sewer. So I just, and maybe, I don't know, Ms. Ainsworth, I just want to understand because I'm seeing this under the request and then I'm hearing something else being presented.
Okay, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Sanchez, I just want to clarify. The way it's stated in the report, it's a little bit confusing. If they wanted to go with the 6,000 acre lots, they would have to have community sewer. But at the 1 acre lot, they can have, or if they're going to have septic, the minimum would be 1 acre. So it is planned for the septic tanks with the 1 acre lots. It was not intended at the time that the staff report was written or when the application was submitted that there would be community sewer. And I apologize if that was confusing in there.
Okay, but I know that may be the intent, but that's what was here under for our review.
And I realized that when I looked at the staff report, which was given to the P&Z, I realized the way it was worded was confusing, but that's not the intent. And I'm glad you brought that up so that I could clarify that now.
Okay, I do have a concern then, because I know per NMED, you can have a four bath on 0.96 acres, I think is a requirement for a septic, I think, for a conventional septic system. So, but like I said, I just wanted to get that straight because like I said, I see this in the report and I heard Mr. Pompeo talking about septic system. So,
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
With that really quick, Ms. Ainsworth, was that differentiation given to the P&Z at the time of the hearing?
I was not at the hearing. However, I understand that there was quite a bit of discussion and it was made clear that there would be septic tanks.
Okay, so, okay,
Thank you.
we'll talk about that in a minute.
Mr. Chairman, if I might respond. In the applicant's summary letter under the support documentation, it does say that sewer for the new residential lots will be from NMED approved septic tank systems. And that was part of our application packet and that was discussed in at the P&Z hearing.
Okay. I think the issue is that there's two, what the requests in the application are differentiating in that. So I think that's the concern that Commissioner Sanchez brought up, which makes me wonder, and this is a new case, so we're going off of what was recommended and what's in front of us is a little different. So that does cause a little concern on this. Commissioners, do you have any other questions? Seeing none, if you would like to bring up the property owner to address us, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hello, Commissioners.
Sir, can you raise your hand for me?
Yes.
Do you promise to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm Enrique Vasquez. I've been working as a dentist for 43 years, practice, and I bought this property to find a place to retire. And I love it. I love it and start doing all that I can. I choose 2 days per week to understand and to try to do my best in that area. And but I have some problems, like there's 3 times that they stolen all my storage, they stolen all my equipment. Several times, I called the police several times, 3 times. And that's one of the problems. But right now I'm still working on it. But the first thing, there's no more alfalfa. The water is getting expensive, and it's not enough to pay everything, the expenses to have the alfalfa, and sell the alfalfa, and I need to pay by myself, okay? Because the water we need to take care of the water. So the trees, the pecan trees, when I bought the farm, they never told me that is a type of pecans that the price can get lower than the normal price. So the price that I sell my pecans, it's a one Baker pecans, the wrong one. Yeah, the cost of the water, and it's not enough to win money on that one. One of the reasons that I would like to change is because if I don't do more water on it, that will be terrible area with the trees dying. And no alfalfa like it is right now. So I try to find, and I asked this company to help me to try to find the best way to have a better place on it. And now when I was talking with them, he told me, well, there's one acre. 1 acre can be enough. But I say, well, I live in El Paso, Texas, in a 0.25 acre. And my wife and I live there in the country area, and we have enough house, enough. We can park in there 6 cars. We have a place to our children, to grandchildren to play. We have enough house. We have enough garden. We spend water with the garden. And it's only 0.25 acres. If we would let the land like it is right now, and if I start selling 2 acres and 5 acres, there's no way that if they use for, let's see if they use it for agriculture. If they put 2 acres of chili, there's not enough to maintain that one. Or onion, 5 acres of onion, they need money to continue with that. So at the end, it's going to be an empty land. Right now, we're asking just to put 1 small house there. And that small house, well, maybe if it's exactly like my house, in 0.25 acre. So there's another one, 3 acres land, empty. And right now, as you say, the blue area, that blue area, it's full of trash and losing cars. And my neighbor has, I think it's like 8 or 9 trucks over there, parking there. And everything looks terrible. That's my neighbor's area. But I'm not planning to do that one. At this moment, I still wanted to live there. And I'm planning to have a beautiful place and have some trees from one side to put it on the other side and put a road in the middle and try to do something nice there. Like we can say I'm dream like Pueblo Bonito. Pueblo Bonito is living here, and I've been telling all my friends and my doctors and friends from El Paso to see if they wanted to have a little farm, 1 acre farm that they can raise their own food and we may have a nice place there. That's what I'm planning to do, not like the blue area. And the diary that I have next to, well, it requires like artificial intelligence said, it's I need 1,000 exactly what they do in the dialing. Yeah. It's 120,000 kilos of manure monthly. Right now I can see the cows at the second floor. They are really enjoying my farm, the cows, at the second floor. And also they spending all the liquid manure all around the area. So everything is contaminated. But they say, well, I have the right to do it because I've been doing this one since 45 years doing. And that means that they can continue contaminate because they get there before me. Well, I don't understand. I don't understand if I sell like it is right now, 2 acres, a little space of that one, it will be with 1 small house. The other 1.75 acres, it will be empty with no vegetation there, only trash. That's it. That's why I would like to do a nice project with a little small land, the way that the person who buy that one can use it like a small ranch and bring the family and put water and put trees and everything and make it a green area, a very nice place to live. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, wonderful.
So,
does anyone have any questions?
I just have one question.
Yes.
I didn't catch the name of the first person who spoke. Was that Yashira, the guy who? Okay.
Yes.
Was that his name? You actually,
Yes.
yeah, you're the one that actually filed the petition? Okay, I didn't catch your name and I didn't understand it. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for this gentleman? Thank you, sir, for addressing us today.
okay.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioners, pardon?
If there's no other questions, I'd like to make a motion that we go into closed session to have a discussion about this. I think we have more questions in the back.
Yes, we do need to have public input.
That's fine.
Okay, we will have public input. If we can get a timer on the screen, please.
I think
Go ahead.
point of order, Nelson, in a quasi-hearing, can we put a timer on the discussion?
On public?
Or not, on the other input?
Yes, you can.
Public input can be
Okay, thank you.
We'll do a 3-minute time limit on this if you'd like to come up and address the board. Yes, please, sir. Okay, sir, what's your name?
Robert Brooks.
Robert, if you'll raise your right hand, and do you promise to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My name's Robert Brooks. I live on Franco Road, which is adjacent to this property that we're talking about. It's on the other side of the lateral canal, which is EBID's canal. The drainage ditch in front of all this property that we're talking about, it belongs to EBID. The parcel of land that this gentleman here was talking about in the blue, it's on a corner. It was one big farm of 25 acres back in the 80s. The gentleman sold the farm to another gentleman named Arrington. I don't know if you remember this man. He was in real estate, kind of, I think. But he bought the property, and there wasn't any zoning to it. He sold it as however people wanted to buy it, half acre, quarter acre. It had irrigation rights to it. When the people came in, they could only afford what they could afford. Well, the first two people that bought the property, they bought 2.5 acre plots. And that was right in front of where they get the water for the whole farm. Okay. When these people bought that cut the water off to all the rest of the people. I don't know if they wanted to farm it or not farm it. But then they had a little lateral coming off of that main canal, which came down in back of a bunch of houses. But that would only water the houses that were right there on it. If there was any in between, they were out. So they either had to use their water sprinklers, which back in that time of the era, you had your own well. There was no Rio Grande water district whatsoever. So, and the only thing I can relate to is the reason they came in and put water and gas and paved the roads was I was under an understanding that another farm was willing to sell their property to build a bottle school. Well, the gentleman backed out on selling the property, which I don't know if that's true or what happened, but they didn't build a school. So all utilities were just about canceled because there wasn't enough, I guess, taxes to pay for what the infrastructure was going to cost to do this work. So when that happened, when the schools didn't come in, the gas company was, I guess, came in, Crea gas company came in, and there was only one gas line running down Franco Road. The people off of that get natural gas from that. The people, I live in Sleepy Farms. I forgot to tell you. It was a big farm, and the gentleman that sold it as 5 acre plots, almost 6 acre plots.
Sir, if you can finish your thought for us.
Okay, what I'm saying is there's not enough land there to put 55 houses and put them on 1 acre plots and furnish septic tanks to each one of them, because I don't know if the ruling is how far apart the septic tanks have to be to contaminate the next house to it. Okay. And if they can't put sewer in, then I don't see any point in building 55 houses on farmland. Okay. And having trees that you have to, over 200 or 300 trees that you're going to have to move to put the houses on.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Any other public comment?
Hello, my name is Cristina Martinez. My question is, 50 houses are coming into the zoning. Where are we gonna put a school? We need a school.
Ma'am, I do need you to raise your right hand. And what is your name again?
Cristina Martinez.
And you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
My question is, are you guys gonna fund Gadsden ISD more money to build a school? We're already getting a school for middle school. So we need more elementaries if these people are gonna come in. And where are they gonna get the water rights? Are you gonna sell water rights to every acre? Is EBID in it? Like, you know, the water rights have to be broken up into little zoning acres? How's that gonna work? Because there's trees on these properties that need to be watered. So how are we gonna do that? And that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Mr. Chair. Oh, do you have another comment?
Pardon?
Sorry. I'm sorry, is there coming up?
Yeah, she's coming. No worries.
It's okay. We just want to make sure we get everyone. Thank you.
What's your name, ma'am?
My name's Kathy Weaver.
If you'll raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the whole truth, Ms. Weaver?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I just didn't really plan to talk today, but I had a couple of questions listening. And the first thing, from the maps and stuff, I wanted to know, how is 50 lots of cars going to get out to 478? Because 478 is one lane each way. And last time they said they're going to have one road that would come out of there. But it didn't look like there's room to put rows between the houses. So how is that going to work? They said there's going to be one road of egress, so also that's 50 houses. What if one of them gets in the back, gets a fire? How are they going to get over there? So I feel like I'd like to know about the road situation over there. And also, they keep saying they're going to move those trees and move them over to different lots. And about 10 years ago, we moved 2 kind of small trees on our property, 2 pecan trees, and it cost us $100 each. So now they want to move at least 50 trees if every lot's getting a tree. So do they know how much that's going to cost? It's not cheap to move trees. And then also I would like to know, he keeps talking about the beautiful property and the beautiful houses and all that. So is he going to build those houses, or is he able to tell you you have to build a certain kind of house? Last time he also said, well, there could be trailers, but they'd be brand new. But if you're going out there to buy land on the cheap, you know, are you going to just use the trailer you already have, or are you going to go out and buy a new trailer to, you know, new trailers are like $80,000. So anyway, these are just a few of there were more, but I couldn't type them that fast. Questions I had on the logistics of this property being over there. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Hello. Can you state your name for me?
Good afternoon. My name is Doña.
Okay, if you'll raise your right hand. Ms. Park, do you promise to tell the whole truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, commissioners, and guests and representatives within this meeting. My name is Doña, as I said previously, and I am a resident within this particular area between Vado and Barreno. Something I would like to point out as someone who lives on agricultural land with a similar zoning of what the particular parcel already has is that we know this isn't easy. Most of the things brought up about changing this from agricultural land to housing properties is that this land can't be used for agriculture easily. It's too expensive, there's not enough water, and it just can't be done. Well, my response to that would be, it is not easy. Most of the people here do run agricultural businesses in this area. So if it's so unfeasible, how come there's so much agricultural land right next to it? If you don't want to farm that land, that is your decision. That's perfectly fine. As Dr. Vasquez stated, it's not something that everyone's going to want to do and put time and effort and money into. However, if that is not something you want to pursue, why, quote unquote, punish the land for that? Between the years 2000 and 2022, there were 4.3 acres taken out of agricultural production every minute of every day in the entire country. To correlate this to our state, that equates or is equivalent to 4 million acres within New Mexico alone that was taken out of agricultural production. That's not something that you can just say, oh, we'll take down the buildings that are already there and put agricultural businesses back. The fields, they don't have to be alfalfa. They don't necessarily have to be food crops. There's so many things you can choose from for that you can still use. With the orchards, well, the type of pecan he is referring to is briquette. That is usually used in the culinary industry. The price has dropped right now. But again, does that mean that every part of that should be raised or should be moved around? Because, okay, there's more than 50 trees there. So what are you going to do with the additional trees that were in production that were being used and you can't move them to other lots? So in conclusion, I do not think that saying this land can't be used for agriculture is a valid reason for changing the zoning. And finally, with the Plan 2040, the whole point was to see what the public thought of plans like these. The public said we want to keep the agricultural land agricultural. The petition that was presented to the Planning and Zoning Committee and the commissioners here today is that the residents within this area agree with that. They agree with Plan 2040 and want to keep land agricultural. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Can you please state your name, sir?
Enrique Vasquez.
Okay. And do you promise to tell the whole truth, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Great. Dear Board of Commissioners, thank you for listening to us. My name is Enrique Vasquez. I'm the son of the owners of the land. I've been next to my parents with this struggle, seeing what they've done. This piece of land is remarkably pretty. I agree. It's gorgeous. I see why. I sympathize with our neighbors, why they don't want any changes to it. It's pretty, it has a nice long field of alfalfa when we are able to pay for the seed and do all the work to actually get it out. Sometimes it rains, sometimes you can't sell it or you have to sell it at a discount. We've got it broken into, and then part of that we have lost. So, okay, there goes some money that we lose. Then we have the pecan orchard, the pecan tree part, which is great. We bought it because we thought it was good business. We had advisors that helped us to do it. Turns out the type of pecan that comes out is very specialized, and it's good for some things, but not necessarily for selling it as it is. So as a business in general is not successful. Why is too small. Our neighbors, the property's been for sale for us for over a year. We really tried. We're doing everything. We've owned it for 5 years. We tried everything we can. We've been losing money, at least $50,000 a year. The place is a mortgage. And my father, even though he forgot to mention, he's a dentist, very successful one. However, he's a dentist in Mexico. So the income that he has, it really isn't as everybody would imagine. We're not like the rich company family that came in to like mess everything up for the neighbors. No, that's not us. We are here because we really want to make this community pretty. Like my father really wants to retire in this piece of land. He wants to build something for himself. He wants other neighbors to also have nice places that they can call home in this beautiful area. Again, I'm just here to show a little bit of the emotion part of what we have been through. And I realize that a lot of this is not emotion. And I thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes, sir. Since you're the appellate, your time has already passed, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Point of order. I think it is allowable to allow the appellant and the applicant a closing statement if we are done before we were to go into like closed session.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you for the opportunity to make a closing remark. And the only comment that I had was regarding the ability to sell the property. What the gentlemen have said is true. The property has been on the market for several years. What I would like to point out is that by my numbers, they're asking approximately 3 times more than what they paid for it. And I believe that probably has a lot to do with the reason that it hasn't sold. So, thank you.
Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission. I just want to point just into some closing remarks. I mean, I myself, as an engineer and a developer, actually developed a pecan farm-based subdivision of 1 acre lots. It is beautiful. The residents there love it. I myself am going to be building a home there. We live in amongst the pecan trees. And yet it cost us $75 a tree to move it. And we moved them out of the roads and the pad sites and to move them to another part of the orchard. So that's the kind of valley living, if it were, that we're trying to promote by the development of this subdivision. It gives more people the opportunity to live in the valley and enjoy all of the benefits of it that we all enjoy that do live in the valley. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pompeo, you mentioned that this property will be served by the Lower Rio Grande Water Utility. So regarding infrastructure, does the water come up to the property? Is the infrastructure already there? How long is that going to take to put it in for 50 residents?
As part of the development, if this case is successful and we move on to the subdivision, we will have to extend main water line to this development. I don't have the exact footage in front of me, but one of the main components of serving water to a development like this is that we have to meet fire flow. So upon meeting fire flow, we have to bring large diameter line in, 8-inch or larger. So that is part of the subdivision development.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Of course.
Thank you. Mr. Pompeo, I don't think you fully explained or responded to my question. So there's no infrastructure there right now. You're telling me that you're going to have to run in an 8-inch pipe from the main water line. How long will that take if approved?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Chaparro. That line would be designed as part of the design of this subdivision. So as part of the internal utilities, roadways, drainage, et cetera, along with that plan set would be off-site water extension. That water line would be extended as part of the development during the development of the subdivision. So yes, to your point, it is not there today, but it would be there as part of the development of the subdivision.
And so you anticipate how long is this development going to take?
Well, going through the subdivision process of preliminary plat, final plat, construction drawings coming back before this board were probably 18 months of time.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner Chaparro? Oh, I'm sorry. It's been a day already. Okay. And then thank you, sir. I do have a question for Ms. Amesworth. I did hear a couple questions about EBID. I saw in the packet that EBID was consulted on this. I saw that they kind of gave a thumbs up approval to some degree. Can you just, for everyone in the audience, kind of just talk about what that looks like and how the water rights will be distributed between the properties?
Yes, and
Thank you.
I mean, I think what we should explain is that this is only the first step of the process. This is the land use portion where we are determining whether or not this zoning is compatible with the area and if the land use is appropriate. But the next phase, if this is approved, is the subdivision process. And so when the subdivision application is submitted, that's when we really look at the infrastructure, regulations by other agencies, and how those will be met. And so the subdivision review is much more stringent. That is when we look at items like a traffic impact analysis, any other improvements that need to be made in the area. The utilities will comment. They will need to provide the letters from utilities that they can serve the area, and if so, what improvements are needed. That would include any comments from EBID. They did state that, of course, any development would have to meet their policies. They are one of the reviewing agencies, and so we do require them to submit comments to us and ultimately an approval before we bring a subdivision before you. And so while we do get preliminary comments from them when we do the rezoning requests, the review will be much more technical when we have the subdivision.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
When you're done, I was going to add one question.
No, I understand thank you. Yes, go ahead.
And I don't know if Ms. Ainsworth, you can answer this, or Mr. Pompeo. I was wondering one last question around we're discussing being off of Highway 478. Is there a requirement at all or indication that there needs to be a traffic study or at least some indication that NMDOT is supportive of this to provide the right of way?
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Sanchez, NMDOT did respond. And there is obviously access off of 478 with a permit from NMDOT, so they would have to go through the permit process with NMDOT, and NMDOT would require a traffic impact analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, yeah, go ahead. It's okay, I forgive you.
If there are no more questions or anyone else wants to speak, I'd like to move that the board convene in closed session for deliberation in connection with the administrative adjudicatory proceeding as authorized by the Open Meetings Act 10-15-1, Section HC3, or H3.
Second. Any discussion on going into closed session? Seeing none, Brandy, if you can roll call us on that, please.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Okay, we'll be going into closed session. Thank you.
You got to hit it.
Back, the time is 3:36. Do we have a motion to come back out of closed
moved.
session?
Mr. Chairman, I believe you just have to make the statement coming out of closed session.
Let me go through my menu of files.
Okay.
Let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion to go into closed session. And we're back.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
I would like to actually make a motion. I'd make a motion that we actually deny this appeal based on the findings of the Planning and Zoning Commission that were, number one, the property is outside of an incorporated municipal zoning authority and is within Doña County, and the Planning and Zoning Commission has jurisdiction to review this case. Number two, the request of this application is consistent with the requirements of the United Development Code 350-202.B, general notice requirements, and 350-203-C, public hearing for a zoning change. Three, the zone change request for D1 does satisfy 350-203D. Decision criteria for a zone change in that zone change is appropriate and reasonably necessary to protect the public interest. Staff acknowledges that there is a need to cover and perfect a previously defective ordinance or to correct mistakes or injustices therein. Four, the zone change is appropriate as there is a need for a refinement of zoning classification and accommodate this and future development in alignment with the Plan 2040 Comprehensive Plan of Doña County. Five, the zoning change to D1 zoning district would not be considered spot zoning as this change follows the trend in classification of the surrounding parcels to the north. Six, the zone change will not be in significant conflict with the comprehensive plan or other adopted or approved county plans and amendments thereto based on the following goals and actions of the comprehensive plan. And the goals are Goal 1, plan communications for new population. 2, Goal B, Goal 1.2, avoid the business as usual scenario. C, Goal 2.1, provide a predictable way to allocate development. D, Goal 2.4, develop and redevelop land through well-coordinated types of neighborhoods, districts, and corridors. E, Goal 3.1, and actions, civic, agricultural, and natural lands. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have a motion with findings. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
So we do have a motion to deny with findings in a second. Commissioners, any comments?
I think we need to clarify that motion. It's a motion to deny the appeal, which would be granting the zone change.
Correct.
That was a motion to deny the appeal.
It was. Yeah. Commissioners, any comments?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Chaparro?
thank you. I'm just very concerned about different issues that may come up with this proposed subdivision that may affect the residents in that area and the agricultural residents in that area. That's all I wanted to state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner.
I want to echo the sentiments of Commissioner Chaparro. While I'll be voting along for this decision, I do have some concerns about the location of the property, some of the other items, and I know given the requirements that we look at based off of our plan, that's where I'll have to vote in support of the motion. But I do have some concerns given the opposition and some of the concerns even that were raised by the local business with this. So, but just wanted to at least indicate this wasn't a simple denial of an appeal. I think there's some concerns that I have with this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I think I definitely have the exact same concerns. So I think we're all feeling the weight of this decision, but also the fact that, you know, there will have to be some things that we look at a county perspective for this type of zoning change. Anyone else? Seeing none. Brandy, if we can get a roll call vote on this.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
No.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you, and we'll be moving on to the next point of business. Welcome back, Ms. Amesworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next up, we do have item number 21, which is the approval of the Crea zoning project to adopt amendment number 5 to the Unified Development Code, including the official zoning map and a resolution adopting Plan 2040, the Doña County Comprehensive Plan for the unincorporated area known as the Crea ETZ. Welcome back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a request to incorporate the Crea area into the Unified Development Code, as well as the county's comprehensive plan. As you all know, the JPA was approved by both Sunland Park and the county, and hopefully will be approved by the DFA. When that DFA approval is issued, then there will be essentially no zoning in that area unless this item is approved. And so this would allow for that area to be zoned along with the rest of the unincorporated area with our current code. It would also include the Village 1 area, which I spoke about at the last meeting, with standards that are currently in Sunland Park's zoning ordinance for a specific area. I did want to go over public input since there was a question about that when I presented the item for publication. There were 2 meetings that we held specifically in that area and mailed notices to all of the property owners. At our first meeting on February 6th, we had 4 constituents that attended. Their concerns, some of them were a little bit confused, wanted to know if the county was taking their land. They wanted to know about water and wastewater in the future. They didn't want, one resident did not want modular homes in the D1L. One resident liked the T2 zoning since his property is farmland. And they were concerned about future transportation routes and connections. One particular property owner, Dan Brown, housing developer, would prefer the mixed-use zoning districts rather than the zoning that, because it's more similar to the PUD, which is in the current old zoning code. And just to address a couple of those, when the mixed-use zone was proposed originally, and this was years ago before my time, to include in the Crea area, that was one of the biggest points of contention because it does allow a lot of different uses, whereas the way it's currently zoned, it would require a site plan that comes to public hearing, as opposed to just allowing uses, and that's why we selected a different zoning. Transportation corridors and connections, that's something that's a question for a different type of item and plan, and I know that our engineering department is looking at doing a master transportation plan for the county, which is badly needed. Water and wastewater also it's not something that can be addressed with zoning, but obviously needs to be addressed in other ways. The second meeting had 5 constituents attend, largely similar questions. Marty Pillar, who represents a large property owner there, also had some minor adjustments to the zoning in that Village 1 area that I talked about. And so this is the existing zoning map with the zoning that came from the county's old code as well as Sunland Park's code. And the proposed zoning, which tries as much as possible to match existing zoning. There are some areas that are different, and those were specifically because property owners requested a different zoning. And then the Village 1 area that I talked about is this triangle right here in the middle. So that's just a little bit larger map. And that's the Village 1 area, which has, it's a new urbanism district, as I mentioned before, and it has some mixed use, and it is intended to be a community with open spaces and community facilities. And here's a closer look at that. And so the staff does recommend adopting the Unified Development Code for this particular area, as well as a resolution that would incorporate that area into the comprehensive plan as well. And of course, the new zoning maps for that area. And at this point, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. So quick question. So today we're being asked to approve the zoning or the adoption of the Crea zoning
That's correct.
district. So you're also asking that we continually bring in a resolution for to bring the Crea into the comprehensive plan?
That's correct.
So that's one other step. And then you're also asking for a third step, which is updating the Crea zoning maps.
Correct.
Okay. And then can you explain the other two on here? Is that actionable items?
Okay,
by
so
board?
the new urbanism district is in this ordinance. It's an amendment to the Unified Development Code to incorporate the Crea area. And there is an amendment for the new urbanism district, which would be incorporated into our UDC. And the official zoning map is an exhibit to the UDC amendment.
All right, thank you. So will you be bringing these forward then to the commission in a future meeting?
These are for approval today.
These are for approval
Yes.
today. Okay.
So moved.
A motion and a second by Commissioner Chaparro and Vice Chair Mario. Any other questions, comments? Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm looking at this, and it says applicability and administration under section 350-830-3. I'm looking at the definitions here, certificates of zoning compliance. If I'm not mistaken, and definitions are 4 actually, there's a lot of things that we don't currently have in our UDC that are defined here. Am I correct? Because I don't think we have anything for bed and breakfast in our current zoning, do we? We have short-term rental, but we don't have bed and breakfast.
Right, I wish I'd looked at it before I walked in here, but I don't know off the top of my head. But we wouldn't be including anything new that's already defined.
Okay, well, you wouldn't include anything new that's already defined by our UDC code, so if
Right.
we don't have bed and breakfast, then bed and breakfast doesn't count here. We're not adding that to our current UDC.
The ones that you're looking at, which are for the new urbanism district, we basically would be adopting almost verbatim what's in the Sunland Parks district as an appendix. And so we won't have anything conflicting, but these would be applicable only to the new urbanism district.
Okay, so yeah, we've got like a boarding and rooming house, which I don't think we have as a definition.
Right.
Bed and breakfast, I guess block face, carports. I don't think we have, I know we have something on carports, clubs. I'm just saying there's a lot of things in here
Right.
I don't recognize as being
Right.
applicable to our current UDC. And I want to make sure we're going to handle that in a way that's not going to create exemptions that we aren't
Right.
prepared to deal with.
And that's an appropriate concern, and that's the reason that we're incorporating this as an appendix, because it's not intended to be broadly applicable to other areas of the UDC. It only will apply to that new urbanism district that exists in Sunland Parks Code.
Now, I would say, though, that there are some options here that we probably should consider bringing into our code. I don't know that we have a definition for a home artisan business or health club or anything like that. I don't think we currently define those.
Right, we don't.
Anything to that level. And I think if we do, in the future, take this appendix and go through it and try to pick out some of the definitions that we would like to apply to the county's UDC, I think that would be worthwhile to do that, and we can highlight that and have a discussion about it.
Absolutely, and we do actually have another amendment coming to you later where we are looking at other areas of the UDC. And we do periodically make amendments to it because the code is a living document and we always find areas that could improve.
Do we have an indoor recreation center any place? One that has game rooms, bowling alleys, pool rooms, and skating rinks?
I wish we had
I wish
more
we
of them.
did.
We probably have, maybe a couple, but.
I just want to make sure we were addressing it correctly.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries.
That item has a resolution number. It also has an ordinance number. The resolution number is 2024-61. The ordinance number is 3512024.
Wonderful, thank you. Next, we have item number 22, which is approve a resolution calling for publication of a county bilingual language requirement ordinance. Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this is simply for today, it's just to publish it so we can have a discussion about it. According to the state statute 141111, all publications proceeding to the board and commissions and city councils, boards of trustees, boards of education, or schools directors, and all other officers of any county, municipality, district, or other subdivision of the state, which are required by law to be made, shall be published only once in all counties, cities, and towns in which the publication or population is not less than 75% English speaking, and publication in such notices in English shall be sufficient. And that in all counties, cities, towns in which the population is not less than 75% Spanish speaking, publication such notices in Spanish shall be sufficient. But in all counties and cities and towns in which the publication using their language between 25% and 75% of the whole, such notices shall be published in both English and Spanish, provided there be legal newspapers published in both. And since we now have the state with House Bill 182 defined Camino Real as a legal publishing paper in this county, we are now qualified and obligated to follow this state statute. I've prepared a document that actually provides us with a guideline and a basis to begin this discussion. And I'd like to have it published so that we can actually have a meeting and actually discuss more details about exactly what policy entails and what we're going to adopt and what we're not. So for that, I make a motion that we adopt the resolution to publish the bilingual ordinance as currently provided.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I made a motion.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
So we have a motion and a second to approve the resolution calling for publication of a county bilingual language requirement ordinance. Discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think that this resolution has issues that are inaccurate. And Commissioner Reynolds, the last time you asked for this to be published was, I think, 1.5 years ago. And I offered to help you with it because regarding this particular ordinance and the Spanish-English proposed ordinance, I am one of the subject matter experts. And your response at that time was, no, I wanted to come only under my name. But since you do have a subject matter expert on the commission, I would really appreciate helping you work on this so that it becomes a more appropriate document than the one that is presented at this time. I will give you an example. You quote Artie Pippin in this publication, and that is only for language access to justice within the courts, not to language access uniformly for any document throughout the county. So may I suggest that you and I get together and go through this paragraph by paragraph and ferret out the appropriate statutes that are required for publication of governmental documents as opposed to what is required by the Language Access Committee that reports to the Supreme Court of New Mexico. And I would be more than happy to work on this with you as I proposed 1.5 years ago. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I support the ordinance and where we want to go, I think, in principle. I think that I love the idea of trying to improve access to the local county government, especially to our residents. And so I appreciate Commissioner Reynolds bringing this forward. I do have concerns with, I think, understanding, I think what the costs are, how we may, once it's active, once this ordinance, say if it were to come back and we approve it, allowing us time in which to implement some of these, maybe in like a phased approach so that we can hopefully have it in a way so we're not immediately in violation of several of these things. I have concerns even on how we'll have to address our agendas, because I know it's written here, all of our agenda packets will have to be in both English and Spanish, and how, and it just happens this agenda packet is 530 pages. So I said, I think I support it. I think I just want to make sure as you work through it, that can be addressed, but I would have to defer to Commissioner Chaparro and seeing if there might be some, I think as she's noted, I respect her work as an interpreter. And so I would love if you're amenable to it, working with her on this proposal, or at least the ordinance. But they said I do support, like I said, the general direction of wanting to try to get both English and Spanish into our operations of government here. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments? Yes.
I'd like to, yes, sir, thank you. Mr. Chair, my memory's a little different than yours, Commissioner Chaparro. I remember that we did have the discussion, and I remember that we talked about it, and you said we talked about working on it together. And I thought I said, yes, we could work on it together once we pulled it off the agenda. And maybe my memory's wrong because I'm getting old. But I also remember a comment made that I think that you made it or somebody made it, that we could actually implement most of this stuff through process as opposed to through an ordinance. That if we wanted to put the signs on, as an example, one of them I brought up was I said, I'd like all the signs on all the buildings to be done in both English and Spanish as a start, and through a process as opposed to having to change it to an ordinance with it. And that was 2.5 years ago, and the signs still haven't changed. So I don't have the faith that if we don't at least start working on the ordinance and publish it so we can address the issues that Commissioner Sanchez has talked about, that this will actually be pushed forward again for another 6 months or 2 years, and no action will be taken. That's my fear. Okay? So I believe that if we have enough evidence based on what I've identified here that the population's native language is more than 25% of the population, that we can actually publish this and then deal with fixing this as part of the process of actually working on the ordinance, as opposed to just saying, let's go back to the drawing board for another 2 to 3, 4 months. If I had the faith that we will do this and put it on the next agenda and have a good document in the next, 2 weeks or a month, I'd be happy to just let this go. I support the idea that we work on it together. I support the idea that you have great ideas. And I support the idea that you're much more qualified in translation from English to Spanish than I am. And I think that your help would be valuable, just as I said 2 years ago. So at this point, we have a choice. We can say, let's publish and work on the published document, and then it still has to get a vote. And we still have to fix everything. Or if you guys want to say, put it off for another 2 weeks or a month, that's the way the vote will go. So I'll leave it to the board to make a decision whether we publish it so we can take action now or whether we go back to the drawing board. And thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Chaparro and Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner.
I just have a question. I know Commissioner Reynolds, is there a reason why we're doing it in ordinance versus, say, a resolution?
Yes, there is a reason why I want to do it as an ordinance rather than a resolution, is because a resolution is not law. Ordinance is law. So if we do it in a resolution, it's basically a direction for the county manager to take action. And then it goes through the normal process of him taking action to follow our recommended standard operating procedures. By actually making an ordinance, then it actually follows the same thing as the law of the state statute, where we support the state statute's requirement to obey the law. And the ordinance actually supports that and gives us some some justification to take serious action if we need to.
Okay.
So it's just a different mechanism.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Mr. Chairman, and I would like to ask Commissioner Chaparro, would you be okay, say if we did move this to the first meeting in May, or would you need additional time, or how?
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. In just looking at the ordinance, I think there's so many inaccuracies, and I'm not doing it to criticize, but the percentage of the Spanish-speaking or the percentages quoted in the document, I think, number one, are incorrect. So I think it's misleading to some point, but to go to Commissioner Reynolds' point where we move forward with an ordinance now and then fix it later is not the right way to approach any law. So the law has to be, first of all, proposed and really investigated as to what percentage of the Spanish population, the costs, even the cost here, Commissioner Reynolds, where it's 5 cents a word, I don't know where you're going to find a certified translator that will certify any translation of any document for 5 cents a word. I mean, there's so many things in this proposed ordinance that need a lot of work, and I would be more than happy to sit with you and go over every single one of the paragraphs on this ordinance. I would prefer a resolution than an ordinance, because then it becomes law and then we can't fix it later. I mean, we'd have to have hearings on an ordinance, would we not, Mr. Gooden?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, yeah, so that's the next step. If it's authorized for publication, then it would be published, and then the next meeting, or we have to give 2 weeks' notice on it, so in 2 meetings from now, or whatever date we set for the hearing on it, we would have a hearing on it. But I don't think I think to your point, there are so many things that I see that I have raised, and if you remember back when this was brought up before, I did a very detailed memo on some legal concerns I had about paragraph by paragraph. I did this again when Commissioner Reynolds wanted to put it back on again, and I went through it again, forgetting that I had done the memo before, and went through and I raised a bunch of other issues, and then I realized that, wait a minute, I think I did this before, and I found my memo, and a lot of them were the same thing. I sent that to Commissioner Reynolds, and the response I got back to him, from him, after I raised some of my concerns, some of the things you're raising now, was I'm reaching out to some others who may be able to help me better address your concerns and questions. So postponing the resolution to publish to the first meeting in April is fine with me. I want to ensure I'm prepared to answer them adequately. But I raised these questions from a legal standpoint a year and a half ago, and then it comes back in the exact format that it was in before. None of those questions addressed. I raise these questions again, and all I get is, thanks for bringing those up. Let me reach out to somebody. We've got nothing different. I mean, so your options are you postpone it to indefinitely, a date certain, or you vote no on the authorization to publish, and then at some point there may be something comes back again. But that's, from a legal standpoint, that's some of my concerns. And just the fact that the questions that were raised, there really has been no answer to them. And this time I did not send out the entire comment to everybody because I didn't know where everybody might stand. I didn't want to have the issues of a rolling quorum or whatever else. But those are some of the concerns I have from the legal standpoint, but the ultimate decision is the board's.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, there was a paragraph that was bothering me from the last time, and I see it again, if it can be changed, but on page 396 of 529, on the second paragraph, where it says, whereas we experienced an emergency meeting requiring a Spanish interpreter for the La Unión Colonia, which is not available, requiring a Raymond Lara state representative to provide real-time interpretation. Right? Instead of saying La Unión Colonia just for La Unión, and then requiring a Raymond Lara take off the A. Just doesn't sound right. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your total comment. What was the problem with it?
Instead of having Spanish interpreter for the La Unión Colonia, instead have Spanish interpreter for La Unión, and then where it says which was not available, requiring a Raymond Lara take off the A.
Correct?
Yeah.
That's what happened?
That's it.
Okay. Is it not what happened?
I'm sorry?
I'm thinking that's what happened, is that the La Union flood situation, there was people who didn't understand what was going on, and Ray Lara took it upon himself to do an interpretation.
Yes,
Because there
but-
wasn't an interpretation. I'm just pointing a fact.
Yeah, but it's the typo. I'm just saying where it says requiring a Raymond Lara instead of say requiring Raymond Lara.
Oh, okay, so there's a typo, okay. Sorry about that. My English is
Isn't it
still a second
Raimundo?
language for me. I mean, grammar.
Raimundo?
It's Raimundo.
No, it's Raymond.
It's Raymond? It's Raimundo.
Is it Raimundo?
It's Raimundo.
Or Raimundo? Oh,
Yeah, it's
sorry.
Raimundo Lara.
Yes, yeah, it's spelled.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just last thing. Again, Commissioner, I'll be more than happy to work on this with you. And if we're going back to page 396 on your proposed ordinance in our pamphlet, you're saying whereas searching for the construction laws, I can just tell you right off the bat, I'm involved in personally interpreting the exams for the contractors or a journeyman. I mean, that is already done by the state. It's redundant in this ordinance where you're saying la madera and ladrillo, no results found. The state is already ahead of us on that, and they provide certified interpreters and translators for any construction exams in the state. So that's why I'd like to work with you on this so that we can take out language that isn't needed, proposed ideas that are not required because they're already covered by state statute. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we move this to a date certain, looking at May 21st. Hopefully that'll be agreeable to both commissioners. I understand, Commissioner Reynolds, you don't want to let this sit for multiple months, but hopefully that'll give you time that we can work together and hopefully make some changes.
If I may, Commissioner, I'm in the middle of building a house and I'm taking care of 2 elderly parents, so I'm going to need at least more than that.
Sorry, point of order. Yeah, we have a motion, so there should be just either a second or discussion. Those discussions have to be second or drop it.
I second.
You had a motion, but now you have a motion to postpone.
And my point is we need either a second.
Correct.
Or before we have any discussion about anything else. So if we don't get a second, then it drops and there's no discussion. If we get a second, then we can continue with the discussion Commissioner Chaparro has.
Correct. I second the motion.
Okay.
So we have a motion to postpone to the 21st with a second. So
Correct. Now we're good. Now Commissioner Chaparro can continue what she was saying. I apologize for interrupting, ma'am.
Sounds like we have an amendment.
Thank you. I
You're building a house.
I appreciate that, but
Está trabajando con la madera.
I got to get into my house first, Commissioners, and it'll be ready by the second week of June, so I'll be a little busy. If we can schedule it for the last week of June, I'd appreciate it. And I think that's sufficient time for
I would like to
Commissioner
make
Reynolds and I to sit and kind of pound this out.
Yeah, I would like to make a request of you, if you don't mind. I would appreciate if you could go through and redline this or highlight the areas in here and make your recommendations before we sit down to talk about it, because I'd like to know what areas you're interested in before we actually just sit down, because it takes a lot longer for us to go and have a discussion than it is for me to identify and try to prepare to have the discussion. So I'd like a little time to prepare. If you can do that before your house is done, that'd be great. If not, we can do it after that.
Not before my house. Sorry about that, Commissioner.
Well, I'm in the middle of a house project as well. So,
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to move it to May 21st. I hear a possible request for an amendment to the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my motion and then make a motion to move this to the date certain to June 25th.
Point of order. You can withdraw your motion to move it, and then Chair has to withdraw his motion as well, the second, and then you can make another motion.
Okay, I withdraw my.
I think your best thing would be to vote on that motion, the motion to postpone it to the 21st. If you wanting to move it to another date, then you can vote no to postpone it to the 21st, and then make another motion to postpone it.
It's cleaner. You're
I
correct.
think that
Yeah.
would be much cleaner
you.
and clearer.
Thank you.
I think with the motion is both of us have withdrawn our motion and our seconds. So given what's on the floor, I'd like to make a motion that we move this to a date certain to June 25th.
I think
Which will need a
it's not
second.
I second the motion. Comments?
Yes, just in case I need more time, I'll give you all the heads up.
Brandy?
Okay, wait, for what day?
June 25th.
June 25th.
This should be the second
BOCC
BOCC meeting in June.
Now, I might like to make one comment before we vote. The state statute 141111 is a state law that we have to abide by in some way, so we do need to do something. Whether this is it or something else is it, we still need to do it because the law now applies with a local publisher. So we do have to take action. That's my recommendation.
Commissioner, can you speak up because I have a heater running down here and I can't quite hear you?
Okay, no problem. I don't mind. What I'm saying is that statute 141111 is a law that we have to abide by, and now that we have a local publisher identified at the state level as Camino Real, we are obligated to do something. We can't not do something. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Okay, just for my clarification, we're voting on to move this to June 25th. Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaldo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, we still have a closed session. I would like to have some guidance from the chair.
I'm
If
very,
we can
very
come
much
back,
so aware.
if we can come back in and after the closed session, just to have a short presentation by Ms. Natividad related to the strategic plan incorporation of the
Yes,
budget.
so actually, is there a way that we can do that presentation now and then go into closed session? Oh, is that thunder?
It's in the work session. Yeah, that's fine. Can we
Okay.
make the presentation now?
Let's do that, because I think all these commissioners are hitting a wall right now.
I think, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if do we need to suspend the existing meeting to go into the work session or how?
No, you can just recess the current session and begin the work session.
Okay.
Okay, do we need a motion to do so? I make a motion that we put our regularly scheduled commission meeting into recess at 4:14 PM.
So moved, or second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Brandy, if you can do a roll call vote on that, please.
I'm sorry, who made the second?
Commissioner Sanchez.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaldo Hernandez.
Yes. We are suspending with the open session meeting right now, and we're moving into the budget work session, which is item number 25, the fiscal year 25 budget review. I would like to say that we will be just listening to the opening of the budget work session by Ms. Natividad, and then we will suspend with the work session until next week, Monday, as we can actually give it all of our full attention. After we hear from Ms. Natividad right now, we will then go into our last part of our commission meeting and then go into closed session. It is Monday at 9 a.m. is what I heard. Correct me now. Monday at 9 a.m. is when we're going to do the budget work session, and we will be here with bells on. Welcome, Ms. Daywood.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
So I would just provide the agenda, and then, so the first item on our budget work session was the strategic budgeting and direction, which would be presented by Rosalinda. After that, on our work session on Monday, we will go over the other items on the agenda.
Perfect, thank you. Hi.
Hello. Chair
Welcome.
Shaljo Hernandez, Vice Chair Murillo, and all of our esteemed commissioners. Thank you so much for allowing time for us to present an introduction for your anticipated budget work session. For the record, Rosalinda Natividad, founder and CEO of Insight Network. I've had the privilege and the pleasure of facilitating a strategic planning journey for you over the last year. And today, I am here to present 5 key recommendations, or rather changes, that we'd love to hear the commissioners weigh in on, think about, and discuss and dialogue with your departments and elected officials. These 5 changes are around how to best integrate strategic planning into the budgeting journey. And the reason why this is such an important piece for us to consider as a county is that while planning is one endeavor in strategy, implementation is another. And when you look at the literature review across the board, 50% and higher, we have a failure in doing our strategic planning implementation efforts. And one of the comments that I had heard in the past that really caught my eye was, reality rarely matches the plan, so why bother? And this is a challenge because we can make sure that our strategic plan is anchored in reality. By doing that, the first place we would go is budget. We don't want to spend outside our means, and we want to set up our departments and elected officials for success. On our first slide, what we wanted to show and highlight was you all as a commission. You're a team, and it's exciting to see the diversity, the expertise that you have, and the talent. Each of you have brought a piece of the puzzle to the strategic planning process, and we're excited to talk about how strategic planning integration into budget is so important for your vision statement. Today, I think we all experienced what we want to see our vision statement have, which is a county for community. We've had all kinds of discussions, from language justice issues to access to basic rights for our water and a clean and vibrant community. And we've also seen a reference to Doña County's comprehensive plan, which the strategic plan is tied to. And so every time I am afforded the opportunity and the privilege of speaking before you, I always want to reference that vision statement and your mission statement of enhancing the health, safety, and quality of life for all residents. This is important because your vision statement is supported by your strategic plan's vital conditions. For those in the audience that may be listening or who may have to have turned off to get ready for later days, getting ready for dinner, and are going to listen to the recording, what are vital conditions? I don't want anyone to be fearful about the jargon, but vital conditions are like your vital signs. So if you're going in to get a checkup, go to the emergency room, and the first thing they're going to look at is your heart rate, your temperature, perhaps your body weight, right? Because they want to see what's going on in your body. They want to know where the challenges are so they can dig deeper and find whatever causal issues are keeping you from a high level of well-being. So imagine vital signs, but for an entire community. That's what vital conditions are. In your strategic plan, you have uniquely integrated vital conditions and stitch strategies into those. So on Tuesday or Monday, my apologies, Monday. On Monday, when you hear the departments and the elected officials, they will be speaking about measures. So that may be different efforts to say, hey, you know what? We're not doing so great in this vital condition. And these vital conditions, again, were inspired by each and every one of you. Commissioner Chaparro, so thankful for you in bringing up the importance of humane housing and also the importance of dignity and respect in general to the halls of this commission. And all of those values are there to make sure that we're supporting our community. Rather than today, it will be Monday as the first day that you'll be seeing those measures move in the vital conditions we adopt. So with a sense of brevity, I will run through these 5 key changes that we suggest you make over the next 5 years. The first change really is focused on your budgeting framework. There are traditional approaches to budgeting that we see all around the nation. There's a movement around strategic budgeting that we hear about and is moving forward in practice. So as a quick headliner, imagine moving from departmental expenses to investing in vital conditions. So you would see groups and teams up here from your departments coming together as change to multi-solving vital condition teams. They would be able to present how they would invest not only in reliable transportation, but also in crime response, and also in having a natural and thriving world. Cross-cutting solutions means better efficiencies, better utilization of your teams, your departments. A third change, and this one is very exciting and has also been inspired from Commission, includes the importance of creating consensus. Creating consensus with community, creating consensus with our jurisdictions. So as an example, one of the strategic budgeting approaches that we have is called participatory budgeting. So I had a great conversation with Commissioner Murillo about the importance of working with our constituents and saying, we'd love the opportunity to start being included in priority projects like the ICIP and voting on those. There is no greater power when you go to legislation or any state or federal body than having your residents beside you. That's going to take time, over a period of time, to do in an intentional way and in a way that also just demystifying budget in general, right? It's taken me some time to make sure over the years before becoming a professional in this space that I understood how county budgeting took place. So creating consensus with community over time is going to be key. Now, this slide is an example of the power of investing in a vital condition. When you look at how to invest your funding towards a specific or vital condition, thinking about, hey, we can be doing a better job, perhaps in reliable transportation. It's not just us alone. There are other jurisdictions where you can start speaking to them about their expenses and how they're investing. And over time, you're able to create one massive investment for a vital condition. That's the exciting part over time where you gain momentum and consensus. And in the end, we've also had discussions about community in crisis. There's always going to be a component or an individual that maybe experience a crisis. But when you're looking at your expenses, we want to make sure that as you look at the services that you have, for urgent services, the investments you have there, that you're creating a bridge and facilitating a way for these individuals to be moved to a sense of high well-being and access to vital conditions. In the end, the strategic plan is one tool, and I appreciate Ms. Ainsworth as she was referring to the comprehensive plan saying it's a living document. We're always making changes to it. On Monday, you're going to be hearing about measures, and these are the department's efforts to begin to show your diagnostics on the health of the community and how they're working towards it. I urge you to lean in and be present and be curious because this is a new endeavor. And there's opportunities to shift and change measures when we realize we might not be measuring just the right thing. We're going to become more sophisticated over time. But the exciting news is this information is now going to be accessible to you as commissioners with your Achieve It software dashboard. So we're looking forward to that conversation next week. And I appreciate you for the kindness and the courtesy of allowing me to present on behalf not of myself, but also the finance team who was very excited about these efforts and the departments that demonstrated a sense of accountability in owning their measures. And of course, Commission, I'll stand for questions now.
Thank you, Ms. Natividad. Does anyone have any questions?
Mr.
for
Chair.
her? Yes, of course, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I know it's late and we've kept you here all day, so.
Not a problem.
Thank you for your patience. I do have a question when we're talking about the health of the community and the response to surveys, Ms. Natividad. There was an email that I can't find right now because I have a new phone, so that may have
No
gone
worries, I have copies if you need it.
somewhere in hyperspace somewhere. But there was an exchange of, and maybe Ms. Cordero can remind me when it was. I had asked previously for any surveys from my district, and there was a response from Empowerment Congress that no surveys had been done in my district, and the surveys that may have been done, that they were not willing to share the information with this commissioner. So has that been resolved?
And I want to be thoughtful, Chair, of the time that you all have designated to this. Please direct me if you would like me to address this here, or if I should be better having a one-on-one with the team, with Commission, because I want to make sure that she has all the information that she needs.
It depends on the time that our commissioners have. Are you good with staying extra? Okay. By all
Would
means.
you like me to respond?
please,
Thank you. Chair, Vice Chair, and our commissioners. Yes, the correspondence was received from Susie Cordero. Initially, it was sent to me, and I responded to Ms. Cordero and let her know that the Empowerment Congress was not contracted under Insight's contract. What happened there was Empowerment Congress was an accompanier. They were teaching us about the Colonia area, the history there, so that we ensured authenticity, and more importantly, connectivity with the comprehensive plan. In the comprehensive plan, there was reference to the importance of raising this community's voice. And so we had reached out to Empowerment Congress for that consultation. In discussions with them, they were willing to take a survey that they then, on their own time and with their own funds, move forward to distribute in the areas where they had presence for a separate civic engagement initiative. And they provided me for the November 2023 a one-page overview of the aggregate survey outcomes. Those aggregate survey outcomes were then integrated into a larger final report, which I brought a portion of that copy today, and includes different type of statistics from Stats America, Policy Map, and other plans, the Flood Commission plans, OEM plans, just that show kind of the overview and the needs, the vital conditions, why those should be chosen. So as far as surveying goes, the point still remains from the February 27th response. I can't respond to Empowerment Congress's desire to present. We did offer them, I think there was some outreach to Commission and some discussions with county management that they would be happy to present on their findings of their survey as a whole. Is that helpful, Commissioner?
To a point, yes, but I guess back to my original question, have any of the surveys been, or have there been any surveys in District 4 to have input into the strategic plan and what is needed for the budget for the county?
So I have a copy of my contract for the threshold of what we were paid for $50,000 over the contract period. Dissemination of surveys was not inclusive. Insight's initiative on our own to try to integrate efforts of reviewing surveys and polling, et cetera, was our due diligence. And we also wanted to be very careful with some of the best practices for public participatory research, that when you survey a community and there is not a feedback loop, that can be perceived as tokenization. We did not want to represent the commission in that way unless there was a proper follow-up. And we understand that the Doña has been studied in different areas. So in the implementation, Commissioner, our model is to integrate community in a very authentic manner. So they get to see the plan, they get to react to the plan. The participatory budgeting would be a way to integrate it in. We have, and I think you'll like in our final report, a tiered effort for community engagement where it's very commission-led. And we even proposed some measures that were focused just on commission initiatives that are integrated into the strategic plan and overseen in partnership with the ACMs and constituent services and integrating with the constituent aids that you all have.
Thank you.
Of course, Commissioner, please reach out at any time if we can be of more support. We thank you so much. This does conclude our contract for the strategic planning, and so we thank you, and as always, it's just been such a privilege and a pleasure.
Thank you, Ms.
Any other questions, Chair?
One comment.
Yes,
You have
sir.
a typo on this slide.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies.
It's not a big deal. I just want you to be aware of it so you can fix it if you want.
Thank you, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you for sticking it out with us.
Of course. Thank you.
Okay. That is the kickoff to budget. Okay, now we do have do we need a motion to come back in from the budget work session?
I don't believe that you do. I believe that you can just basically indicate that that session has been completed and you're returning to the regular commission agenda to go into closed session.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, let the record reflect it is 4:31 p.m. We are ending that initial budget work session and we are going back into open session. The next thing that we do have on the agenda is commission input, follow-up input. I guess my input should be, since we're having a budget work session on the 15th, I obviously will not be having office hours that day. So there goes that idea. Stay tuned for that, I guess. Fellow commissioners, any other follow-up?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
can we just move along?
Sure.
Thanks.
No follow-up. Moving on to correspondence. Brandy.
I have Timron Brown versus Doña County, David Reagan versus Doña County.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brandy. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting adjourned at 4:30. No?
You're going into closed session.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Here we go. The commission may convene in closed session. We do have a closed session on the agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that the commission convene in closed session to discuss bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations with the International Association of Firefighters, Locale 5037, and American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Locale 1529 for the detention center, Locale 2709 for the blue collar, and Locale 1879 for court security as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1 and H5.
Perfect. Thank you. We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. We're in closed session. Let's do it. Time is 4:52. Let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion to go into closed session. And, yep, time is now 4:52 and we are adjourned.